Chapter 2067. You have to be careful too. Du Tingxuan's voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. He appeared beside Du Xiaofu, holding Du Xiaowang's hand. Waves of aura surged into the sky. This was a group of terrifying young supreme martial artists. Once they set out, they attracted everyone's attention and could not be ignored. Everyone from the desolate country, stay here. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rang out. Just as the group of young supreme martial artists from the desolate country were about to reach the entrance of the eternal tomb, a figure blocked their path. Behind him, there were thunderclouds. This figure stood upright, his hair fluttering in the wind. Dazzling electric arcs rippled around his body. The figure walked into the sky. It was an extremely young man who looked like he was in his 30s. His aura was extraordinary, and his battle robes rippled with electric arcs. He looked extraordinary. He also attacked without holding back. His hand seals had already condensed, and there was a strange energy that burst out from the void. Runes swept out and turned into dazzling electric arcs that drowned the void, erupting with endless power of thunder and lightning. Terrifying electric arcs surged towards Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, Ming Yao, Dugu Fenshin, Jialo Juyu, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the 18 celestial guards. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning exploded in the sky, and its power surged. It was incomparably terrifying, drowning everything in front of it. Although this change happened quickly, Dongfang Qingmu, Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Jialo Juyu, and the rest had been on guard for this sudden crisis. Hence, they reacted immediately, and each of them quickly activated their own technique. Runes rushed into the sky, and their auras surged into the sky. Bang, 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 everyone resisted the electric arcs. Sparks flew when they came into contact with them, and many spatial cracks were torn open. Buzz, buzz. The electric arcs were dazzling and very strange. Some people's hair was cut off, some people's defenses were torn, and some people's clothes were torn, almost injuring their bodies. Some of the weaker ones were slightly injured, and were affected by the electric arc. Sacred Array Child Zhen Qingchun activated the Xian Divine Pagoda in his hand, and a bloody light burst out. However, he was still blasted far away, and a muffled groan came from his throat. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. The group of supreme martial artists were defending themselves, but they were still in a sorry state in front of the person who stopped them. Their expressions changed. In the sky, the god's heaven's god, or his battle armor, his armor rippling with electric arcs. His eyes were resplendent. Xiang Wushuang's, he's attacking the desolate country's people. Xiang to Wushuang, I Xiang Wushuang's Wang, was the people in the sky twos to stop. Xiang Wushuang was a terrifying supreme being. He was known to be invincible among his peers. Now that he had set his sights on the desolate country, it meant that a great battle was unavoidable. Xiang Wushuang's hair hung loosely over his shoulders, and he stood there quietly, emanating an aura that could shake the hearts and souls of all the heroes present in the area. Xiang 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 Xiang. Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Jialo Jueliao, Underworld Demon, Yelu Han, and the other supreme beings stabilized their bodies as they stood in the void. Their bodies became sparkling and translucent. Radiance surrounded their bodies, releasing a terrifying aura. Mo Tianxiao, Yi Piaoling, Nether Demon, Lian Qingrong, Jialo Juyu, Feng Han, and the rest of the paragons were proud and arrogant to begin with. How could they endure being forced back by Xiang Wushuang? Rumble. In an instant, waves of energy soared into the sky. The supreme martial artist's eyes flickered with cold light. Even though they knew Xiang Wushuang was not simple, they did not intend to back down. This group of auras was too vast. The creatures in the surroundings were all alarmed. A great battle was about to unfold. The desolate country's people are not people you can touch. At this moment, a young man in golden robes appeared in front of Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, Jialo Jueliao, and the others. His facial features were as handsome as if they had been carved by a knife. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Who else could it be other than Du Xiaoyao? Are you a demonic spirit or a beast? Who are you? Xiang Wushuang could sense Du Xiaoyao's aura. It was complex, but it made him tremble. Other than when he had fought against the true saints earlier, he had not felt this way in a long time. He did not dare to underestimate this person. Remember, I'm Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoyao said. His golden hair fell to his shoulders, and under his thick eyebrows, a pair of resplendent golden eyes shone. Redbone horse monkey Du Xiaoyao. Xiang Wushuang had heard of Du Xiaoyao before. He stared fixedly at him, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes flashed with lightning. His hair was covered in arcs of electricity, and his battle intent surged. Several thousand years ago, he had swept through his peers. Even the supreme martial artists and geniuses from the 9 great clans were not his match. Among those of the same generation, he was an existence that no one could surpass. Even the experts of the older generation found it difficult to go against him. In the end, Xiang Wushuang challenged all of his peers and disappeared without a trace. There were many legends about him. Some said that he had suffered cultivation deviation, while others said that he had perished. However, no one knew that when he was at the peak of his glory, he had chosen to enter secluded cultivation in order to find the path to becoming the strongest member of the primeval Thunder Mammoths. He had been waiting for the opening of the heavenly devil battlefield. Even when the divine domain opened, he had not been moved. What kind of perseverance was this? Now, Xiang Wushuang had returned to the world. Over the past several thousand years, he had become many times stronger than before. He had swept through all the paragons in the heavenly devil battlefield, and was invincible. The name of the primeval lightning mammoths once again spread throughout the world. It was at this time that Xiang Wushuang heard the name of the demon king, Du Xiaofu. It was said that he was a young man with heaven-defying talent. At first, he had not been moved, but when he heard that several half-step true saints had died, he was truly moved, and his battle intent was ignited. Other than that, he had also heard of the names of Moksha, Redbone Horse Monkey Du Xiaoyao, Violet Star Devil Dragon Emperor Little Star, and Devil Rock Jialo Jueliao. It was said that they were all terrifying young supreme martial artists who far surpassed their peers. Then I'll defeat you first. I've challenged many of my peers before, and I've also challenged many of my predecessors. You're far stronger than your peers, so I won't be bullying you. Eyes blazing with battle intent, Xiang Wushuang's body pulsed with the power of lightning, and his battle intent surged. Xiang Wushuang didn't say anything. He raised his arm and punched out at Du Xiaoyao. Boom! The punch was clean and efficient, and it was accompanied by deafening thunder. Arcs of lightning covered half the sky, and it caused the eyes of all living beings to tremble as it arrived in front of Du Xiaoyao in the blink of an eye. Xiang Wushuang was a transcendent, and he looked down on his peers and peers. The two of them were not far apart, and his fist was wrapped in lightning, and it was about to reach Du Xiaoyao's face. Chapter 2068. Humph! Little demon Du let out a deep snort. Golden light flashed in his golden spirit eyes, and he directly blocked the attack with a punch. Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Dugu Fenshin, and Jialo Juyu retreated when they saw Du Xiaoyao's attack. They knew very well that Du Xiaoyao was stronger than them. With Du Xiaoyao attacking, it was naturally better than them. Du Xiaoyao's punch exploded with dazzling golden light and a terrifying aura. It was as though it could crush everything in its path. Buzz! The two fists collided, causing the void to tremble. A soul-shaking sound of wind and thunder reverberated in the void. Golden light and electric arcs bloomed like rainbows. The collision of the two fists seemed to be able to shatter the universe. Pieces of space seemed to have materialized and shattered. The sound of wind and thunder was deafening. Chi. Under many gazes, Xiang Wushuang retreated in a straight line. The electric arcs behind him shattered the void, and he only managed to stabilize his body after several dozen feet. On the other hand, Du Xiaoyao only took a single step back in the void. Her hair and golden robes fluttered in the wind. This scene shocked many people. They were dumbfounded. Many elders knew how strong Xiang Wushuang was. Back then, he had swept through his peers and defeated many elders. He had an undefeated record and was a terrifying supreme being. But now, he was suppressed by Du Xiaoyao with a single punch. Some people were also shocked by Xiang Wushuang's strength. Many people had witnessed Du Xiaoyao's strength. He had killed 2 experts of the semi-sage realm. Moreover, he had been besieged by 2 experts of the semi-sage realm at the same time. However, Xiang Wushuang had only been pushed back. This also proved his terrifying strength. She's really strong. Dongfang Qingmu, Jialo Juiyu, and Mo Tianshao exclaimed. They knew how strong Du Xiaoyao was. Xiang Wushuang was only pushed back by a single punch. This was also a form of strength in disguise. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang was even more shocked. His fist ached and his arm was numb. Xiang Wushuang was shocked. The rumored red-bone horse monkey was indeed powerful, as expected of someone who had killed more than a half-step saint. His reputation was well-deserved, and he was unimaginably strong. He was the strongest opponent Xiang Wushuang had encountered so far. Ignoring everything else, Du Xiaoyao's terrifying strength was already incomparably terrifying. His immemorial thunder elephant's body was enough to be on par with the golden-winged Great Ping, but he had just felt pain and suffered a hidden loss. Not bad. Du Xiaoyao was shocked. His punch had actually been blocked by the other party. In his opinion, even a half-saint would find it difficult to receive his punch so easily. If it was a peak domain realm cultivator, even if it was a peak indestructible realm cultivator, he would have been sent flying. Let me do it. I've long found this guy an eyesore. Du Xiaoyao was just about to attack again when a slightly immature voice sounded out, and Starry Star's tiny figure had already appeared by his side. At the same time that he spoke, profound energy rippled beneath his feet, and his tiny figure flashed out like a bolt of lightning. You're the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor. Xiang Wushuang narrowed his eyes in astonishment when he saw the tiny figure approaching him like a bolt of lightning. As he spoke, a vast amount of profound energy surged out of his body. His battle robe was covered in dazzling arcs of electricity. That's right. It's me, your elder sister. Little Xingxing snorted coldly. She arrived in front of Xiang Wushuang in an instant. She formed a seal with her tiny fist covered in golden flames. If one looked closely, one would notice that pitch-black spatial cracks were arcing around her fist. This tiny punch caused Xiang Wushuang to feel an extreme sense of danger from the depths of his heart. The hair on his body stood on end. 10,000 elephants seal. Xiang Wushuang no longer dared to be careless as he hovered in midair. With a deep shout, the profound energy around him gathered madly together with the energy of heaven and earth, forming a seal that sounded like the trumpeting of giant elephants. Roar! In an instant, Xiang Wushuang erupted with power. The 10,000 elephants seal in his hand blasted out. It was like a divine elephant had been reborn. The 10,000 elephants seal is a terrifying technique of the ancient thunder elephants. It's rumored that it can subdue dragons and tigers. Someone gasped. Such a technique would cause the souls of living beings to tremble. Many experts gasped as well. At this moment, many people who didn't know Xiang Wushuang well realized that he was a terrifying supreme being. He was indeed stronger than many supreme beings from the 9 great clans. He could look down on all heroes and sweep through all directions. The fist seal was like an elephant constantly changing. As Xiang Wushuang blasted out, it was like a huge mountain had suddenly crashed down, trying to crush little Xingxing's tiny figure. The speed was too fast. In an instant the two collided. Little Xingxing's figure appeared very small in front of the giant elephant seal. Everyone couldn't help but be on edge and secretly hold their breath. So what if you're big, flashy but impractical? While everyone was still in shock, a childish voice with a hint of coldness spread through the void. Not good. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang seemed to have sensed something. His expression darkened, and the profound energy in his body surged as if he wanted to retreat. However, before Xiang Wushuang could retreat, a blazing heat suddenly spread out from Little Xingxing's small golden fist. It was like a surging tide, causing the energy of heaven and earth to go berserk. Roar, golden flames erupted, and mist surged, emitting a dazzling light. A dragon's roar resounded through the ancient world. This dragon's roar contained the might of a true dragon. It caused all living beings to tremble, and their souls to tremble. The phantom of a giant dragon rushed out from Little Xingxing's small fist, wrapped in golden flames, its 5 claws forming clouds. A true dragon's roar filled the sky with golden flames. The might of a dragon was awe-inspiring. The phantom of a dragon was enough to shock people. No one had ever felt such a dense dragon's might. It was as if a true dragon had descended. Roar, roar. The sound waves were sonorous, and the dragon's roar and elephant's cry were unbearable. Their eardrums felt like they were about to burst. When the phantom of a giant elephant and the dragon collided, dazzling light bloomed intensely. The terrifying power shattered the void and tore the firmament apart. Then, before everyone's eyes, the dragon and elephant phantoms dissipated. Xiang Wushuang's palm and Little Xingxing's fist collided. This was the most direct collision. All kinds of mysterious runes appeared, shining brilliantly before being obliterated. Crackle! Xiang Wushuang was blasted back again. His figure retreated in the void, and electric arcs rippled. Chapter 2069. Thump, thump. Little Xingxing took 2 steps back from the impact. Her small fists trembled, and golden flames flickered in her eyes. Her dress fluttered as if there were stars swirling around her. She was very beautiful and cute. She looked harmless to humans and animals. However, none of the living beings present saw it that way. How could a little girl who could force Xiang Wushuang back be described as harmless to both humans and animals? She was clearly terrifying. Xiang Wushuang's eyes trembled. Even someone as powerful as him felt his arms and fists go numb. It was rumored that the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor's true form was a mysterious dragon. Despite his young age, he was strong enough to look down on paragons. He had already killed half-saints. Humph! Xiang Wushuang let out a muffled groan. His face paled as he forced himself not to be pushed back further. He steadied himself and stood in the air. Not far away there were some figures standing. The one in the lead was an extremely elegant woman. On her purple pleated skirt, there were a few lotus flowers in full bloom that swayed along with the hem of her skirt. They seemed to emit a hazy glow, and they appeared to be extremely ethereal and graceful. It was breathtaking. She looked at Little Xingxing and Xiang Wushuang with sparkling eyes, her gaze flickering. She had a good understanding of Xiang Wushuang's strength. This exchange of blows made her realize how terrifying the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor was. On the other side, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, and the others raised their eyebrows. They were shocked by Xiang Wushuang's strength. Being able to withstand Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's attacks was a testament to his strength. These 2 attacks shocked and affected many living beings. Terrifying energy waves swept out, blocking a large portion of the path to the eternal tomb. No one dared to force their way in. The shock waves weren't something ordinary people could withstand. You guys go in first. Leave this to me. Du Xiaofu stepped forward, appearing next to Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. He waved his hand, his gaze fixed on Xiang Wushuang. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was re-evaluating Xiang Wushuang. To be able to withstand Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's attacks, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to take him seriously. Du Du Xiaofu knew Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing's strength the best. Not long ago, they had been able to kill 2 half-saints. Recently, they had improved a lot in the desolate ancient space. They were probably close to the Saint Realm, unrivaled under the Saint Realm. It was unlikely that there was anyone below the Saint Realm who could contend with Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing. Although Xiang Wushuang seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation, he was actually able to fight back. Du Xiaofu could not afford to underestimate such an opponent. Good. When Du Xingxing, and Jialo Jiu and the Jiu Jialo, and Jialo Nishu, and the Star Ants 2's Nilu and Lucas. Let's go. Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Ouyang Shuang, Su Muxin, and the others' eyes flickered as they left with Du Xiaoyao. They knew that they couldn't be of any help. Du Xiaofu shouldn't be at a disadvantage, and Jialo Batian, Moon Sage, and Xian Gu were there. There was nothing for them to worry about. Swoosh, swoosh, the desolate country's supreme geniuses left in arcs in the air. Xiang Wushuang didn't stop them. He just stared at Du Xiaofu. Xiang Wushuang and the Demon King Du Xiaofu are going to fight. The Eternal Tomb was opening, and Xiang Wushuang and the Demon King Du Xiaofu were facing off halfway. This made many people feel conflicted. It was rare to see such a fight, but they wanted to enter the Eternal Tomb as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu didn't waste any time, nor did he want to. He stood in the air, his purple robes and long hair fluttering in the wind, exuding a sense of confidence. He didn't fear anyone below the Saint Realm. This was Du Xiaofu's confidence. If you want to fight me, I'll grant you your wish. I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack. Du Xiaofu said, looking at Xiang Wushuang. Du Xiaofu's words caused many people's expressions to change. Even the elegant and peerless woman was moved. His words were very conceited. He didn't put Xiang Wushuang in his eyes. Du Xiaofu, you're too conceited. Xiang Wushuang stared at Du Xiaofu. It wasn't difficult for him to figure out Du Xiaofu's identity. He had suffered 2 losses just now because he was careless and caught off guard. He had been in seclusion for thousands of years. This time, he wanted to shine again, but he had been stopped. He was feeling depressed. This isn't conceit, it's confidence. If it weren't for the elders behind you, I would have taken you as my mount if you dared to touch a disciple of my desolate nation. Du Xiaofu said, his voice a bit sharper. How domineering! The people in the air sighed inwardly. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was protecting his calf. Anyone who dared to touch someone from the desolate nation would face terrible consequences. Legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the like were all examples. Now, he was threatening to take Xiang Wushuang as his mount. You're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Xiang Wushuang wasn't angry. Instead, he calmly looked at Du Xiaofu. Arcs of electricity covered his battle robes, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Wushuang slowly walked towards Du Xiaofu. Arcs of electricity rippled under his feet. Every step he took left a footprint in the void, causing the void to tremble in a strange and mysterious rhythm. Elephants have no form, but Xiang Wushuang is extraordinary. That old man has a good descendant. High up in the void, Jialo Batian stood with his hands behind his back. As Xiang Wushuang stepped forward, a golden light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Rumble, as Xiang Wushuang stepped forward, the void beneath his feet emitted a sonorous sound, as though it resonated with heaven and earth. With every step he took, Xiang Wushuang's aura surged. The arcs of electricity wrapped around his battle robes also became more intense and resplendent. PFFF. Not far away, some of the weaker creatures suddenly coughed up blood. They couldn't resist the strange energy fluctuations caused by Xiang Wushuang. Not good. He's too strong. Run. Many people were shocked and their faces turned pale. The demonic beasts fled, and the birds flapped their wings and flew away. Xiang Wushuang was too strong. He only took a few steps and they couldn't resist. This was a formless and powerful momentum. Interesting. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a faint smile, but inwardly, he was very surprised. Xiang Wushuang wasn't simple at all. He brought with him a formless and terrifying momentum, as though the power of 10,000 elephants was surging. Invincible and ferocious. Elephants have no form. I have to say, among the younger generation, you're the one I pay the most attention to. But today, I'll let you know that there's always someone stronger than you. Xiang Wushuang was as calm as ever as he continued walking towards Du Xiaofu. His steps were slow and carried a mysterious rhythm. His aura surged, and the arcs of electricity grew more resplendent, like a heavenly drum being hammered. In the end, the resplendent arcs of electricity enveloped Du Xiaofu. Chapter 2070. Boom! It seemed slow, but it was also extremely fast. When Xiang Wushuang took the sixth step, his eyes immediately closed, and a surging aura surged out like a detonated thunderbolt, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder. Rumble! A terrifying aura swept across the sky like thunder. At the same time, an ancient armor covered Xiang Wushuang's battle robe, dazzling with electric arcs. Sizzle! Xiang Wushuang opened his eyes again. His pupils were filled with dazzling arcs of lightning, as if they contained a dazzling ball of lightning. A lightning pressure that made one's divine soul tremble spread across the sky. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang no longer concealed his aura. It climbed to the peak, and his profound qi, along with the energy of heaven and earth, formed a storm of electric arcs with him as the center, erupting in an instant. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread into the distance. It made one's hair stand on end. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense and solidified. A quasi-sage. Xiang Wushuang has reached the quasi-Holy Land step. Oh my God, Xiang Wushuang has reached the quasi-Holy Land step. An old man couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang's aura, which was extremely close to the true saint realm, stunned everyone present. Old Xiang has really produced a terrifying junior. Saint Feng Qi's eyes were also filled with amazement. A junior like Xiang Wushuang was too extraordinary. He could look down on all heroes. Du Xiaofu stood in the sky, facing the lightning storm that was almost right in front of him. His body seemed to be stuck in the void, and no matter how the energy storm swept over him, he was as still as a rock. His hair and purple robe were still fluttering. The profound of thunder and lightning is already at the quasi-sage level. Xiang Wushuang's strength made Du Xiaofu narrow his eyes. As a cultivator of the profound of thunder and lightning, with the thunder martial vein, Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that Xiang Wushuang's comprehension of the profound of thunder and lightning had reached an extremely high level. He was also at the quasi-sage level. It was no wonder that he could withstand Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing's attacks. Xiang Wushuang's talent and the prestige of the immemorial Thunder Elephant clan were not to be underestimated. There's also a type of spiritual thunder. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's narrowed eyes widened, and he stared at the energy storm. In the storm of lightning and thunder, the thunder martial vein in Du Xiaofu's body reacted, and he felt the aura of spiritual thunder. Du Xiaofu was especially sensitive to spiritual thunder, because spiritual thunder could make him stronger. Spiritual thunder was also related to the mysterious thunder martial vein of the Du family. Du Xiaofu finally understood why Xiang Wushuang was able to dominate his peers back then. He cultivated the profound meaning of lightning, and his true form was an immemorial lightning elephant. Moreover, he also possessed a spirit lightning. With all these factors combined in his body, his combat strength was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. It was likely that he would find it difficult to be a match for those at the same level. He definitely had the ability to challenge those at a higher level. Interesting. Du Xiaofu was not afraid or worried. Xiang Wushuang was undoubtedly strong, but he did not have any trump cards. Kid, make your move. As a junior, you are too conceited. For the sake of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, I will only break your bones today. Xiang Wushuang's voice rumbled like thunder, causing ripples to appear in the storm of energy. Aolo, a deafening roar reverberated. The divine elephant trumpeted, and the sound waves surged to the sky. The energy ripples and runes flashed as the sound waves swept towards Du Xiaofu. This type of roar sounded, the void exploding, the sound waves shaking everyone's souls. Many creatures covered their ears, their faces pale, their expressions pained. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Feeling the power of the sound waves, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with surprise. The sound waves were mixed with terrifying martial intent and battle intent. It should be the innate ability of the immemorial Thunder Elephant clan that had fused with Xiang Wushuang's battle intent to form such a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered, and his hair and robes fluttered. He also let out a loud roar. Elwo! 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 His roar was like the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of a divine elephant. Countless echoes reverberated in the sky, and the momentum was incomparably domineering. It was like a chain of thunder from the 9 heavens that reverberated throughout the world. The ancient heaven and earth trembled violently, and the entire void rumbled. The two sound waves collided in an instant, creating a strange sound of wind and thunder. It was like the rumbling of heavenly thunder. Walala, the materialized sound waves spread out in all directions like a tidal wave, and the vibrations caused the space to distort violently. The mountains below crumbled, and the earth cracked. The void crumbled inch by inch. The sound waves were so powerful that some unlucky creatures fell directly from the sky. Puff, puff, some people vomited blood, and some ferocious birds and demonic beasts were on the verge of collapse. Their hearts trembled in fear. Chi-la. In the void, a storm of energy swept over, and Xiang Wushuang's figure pounced out of it. He swooped down in the middle of the materialized sound wave. Behind him, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He formed a hand seal, and a dazzling curtain of light fell down. Myriad manifestations of the world, myriad annihilation fist. Xiang Wushuang's cold voice rang in Du Xiaofu's ears. A fist seal blasted out from within the dazzling light. Before the fist seal, the void crumbled. Myriad manifestations of the world appeared in the sky, and the vast momentum was unstoppable. Looking at the mighty power of the fist, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. If this fist seal were to appear in the outside world, it would probably be enough to easily destroy an entire country. Come, let's see who will break whose bones. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid at all. With a loud laugh, he took a step forward. His hand seals had already condensed at the same time. Several hand seals condensed into a seal in an instant, turning into a colorful and gorgeous hand seal. This was the primordial Yellow Emperor's seal. With Du Xiaofu's current level of cultivation and proficiency, it was no longer strenuous for him to condense the primordial Yellow Emperor's seal, and its power had increased exponentially. Buzz! Du Xiaofu's primordial Yellow Emperor's seal took shape and collided with Xiang Wushuang's punch. Xiang Wushuang was confident in his myriad annihilation fist. The limitless annihilation fist was one of Mammoth Wushuang's trump cards, and it was impossible to say how many Paragon Chosen had been defeated by it. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the fist and the palm collided with each other. It was like two meteorites colliding with each other. Terrifying energy ripples swept out like huge waves. An earth-shattering muffled sound of energy suddenly resounded in the ancient void. Bang! Bang! Runes shot out as the myriad annihilation fist and the primordial Yellow Emperor's seal faced each other, erupting with terrifying energy that eroded and devoured each other. At the center of the void where the two collided, a black hole appeared. The dark and profound light made one's hair stand on end, and a chill ran down one's spine. The myriad annihilation fist, myriad manifestations, could destroy everything. It gradually enveloped Du Xiaofu's primordial yellow emperor's seal and erupted with a terrifying devouring power. The surrounding void was instantly torn apart, and everything was sucked into it and annihilated. Is that all? You don't live up to your name, Xiang Wushuang said proudly and confidently. As you wish, the primordial yellow emperor's seal shall suppress all living beings. Bang! These words left Du Xiaofu's mouth. In an instant, the primordial yellow emperor's seal, which seemed to be on the verge of dimming, suddenly became resplendent again. A violent and domineering energy was released, and the roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and tortoises could be heard. The azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise appeared from the primordial yellow emperor's seal. The tiger roared, the bird roared, and the tortoise cried. The majestic pressure caused heaven and earth to tremble. Awoo! The four beasts roared, and a terrifying aura erupted from them. With a momentum that could suppress all living beings, they directly shattered the myriad annihilation fist. The four beasts were annihilated, and they disappeared into the void at the same time. Xiang Wushuang staggered back, and the energy storm dissipated. His eyes were filled with shock, and a trace of seriousness flashed through them. As he retreated, earth-shattering arcs of lightning surged out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a giant elephant that was thousands of meters tall. He stood in the void, and monstrous lightning filled the air. It was as if a divine elephant had descended. 10,000 mammoths renewal, leveling wind and thunder, 10,000 mammoths tempest kick. In his true form, Xiang Wushuang's primordial thunder mammoth roared at the sky. As the divine elephant trumpeted, endless lightning suddenly erupted from his body. It was grayish-white in color, and it howled like a gale. It carried with it a destructive force that filled the sky. Dazzling light shuttled back and forth, and combined with his profound energy and the might of the primordial thunder mammoths, it condensed on his left foot in the blink of an eye. Rumble! In an instant, Xiang Wushuang's pillar-like foot was covered in lightning runes, and a destructive force surged out. Muffled thunder resounded in the sky. As he stomped down, it was as if he had fallen from the sky, crossing the sky. Wherever his foot passed, the space shattered inch by inch, and the mountains and rivers below crumbled. The nature thunder scripture is the primordial thunder mammoth's signature move. Now, Xiang Wushuang has even fused with a type of spiritual thunder. He is indeed a genius, Moon Saint said. Her figure was hazy, and her face was pale. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Xiang Wushuang's strength had moved even her. As the terrifying foot stomped down, Du Xiaofu's eyes were no longer calm. There were some fluctuations in them, and the aura around him suddenly changed, becoming violent. The sky suddenly changed color, and a mysterious force descended from the void, causing raging waves in an instant. Boom! Boom! In an instant Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared, and he was replaced by a giant that was hundreds of meters tall. The hundreds of meters were pure height. Although it was still smaller than the primordial thunder mammoth that was thousands of meters tall, it was not much smaller. Its entire body emitted a misty mist, as if millions of mountains had fallen from the sky. It seemed to have come from ancient times, and the surging sorcerer's power came from ancient times. That is the ancient sorcerer's power of the Confucian school. Everyone present trembled. That huge body made people feel as if their hearts were about to explode, and they almost went limp. Rumble! Rumble! Du Xiaofu's sorcerer's body condensed. He waved his hand, and it was as if his hand was holding up the sky. Chapter 2071. It was a heaven-supporting seal, filled with magical symbols, and was like a flash flood. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and wherever it passed, Space would explode as the power of the sorcerer god slammed into Xiang Wushuang's terrifying foot. Ryu Umbel. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed as Xiang Wushuang's foot stomped down. The power of 10,000 mammoths surged, crushing the void and sending destructive spirit lightning into Du Xiaofu's palm. Du Xiaofu was shocked. That kick of Xiang Wushuang's contained a terrifying profundity that seemed capable of obliterating everything. It was boundless, mysterious, and unfathomable. Yu. The power of the ancient sorcerer god erupted. Around Du Xiaofu's sorcerer god body, it was as if there were countless gods and demons chanting. No matter how terrifying the kick was, it held Du Xiaofu in midair, unable to move an inch further. Rumble. At the same time, within Du Xiaofu's body, a supreme aura suppressed the heavens and the earth. The body of the shaman god was covered with mysterious purple talisman runes. His aura was murderous in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and shake to the soul. Mammoth Wushuang's eyes flickered as he realized that his spirit lightning wasn't doing anything to Devil King Du Xiaofu. Instead, it was being devoured by the terrifying lightning power inside of Du Xiaofu, making it almost impossible to defend against. The power of the lightning came from Xiang Wushuang's mysterious martial veins, and it caused his spirit lightning to tremble uncontrollably. It was a terrifying sensation. Xiang Wushuang didn't want to waste any more time. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Dazzling arcs of lightning surrounded his body. His profound energy surged violently along with the energy of heaven and earth. His cultivation base was at the level of a quasi-saint. Ryuumbel. Heavenly music filled the air as 9 divine halos appeared above Xiang Wushuang's enormous primeval lightning mammoth. The nirvanic power of a grand paragon descended. The sonorous sounds of the heavens struck the souls of all living beings, and the might of the heavens swept out and surged in all directions. Next, Xiang Wushuang's gigantic primordial thunder mammoth body became different from before. An ancient pressure rose from him like an erupting volcano, shaking the heavens. Arcs of electricity condensed around his body to form a huge lightning armor that covered his entire body. Behind him, the 9 wheels of nirvanic power burned as they fused with Mammoth Wushuang, swirling around him in an incomparably dazzling fashion. Light and electric arcs intertwined, creating strange phenomena in the sky. Thunder is angry and lightning is furious, incomparable to an elephant. This is the archaic thunder elephant race's all-elephant body. In the distance, Xian Gu's voice was no longer calm, and it began to fluctuate intensely. The 10,000 mammoth's body is incomparable to the 10,000 mammoth. The fury of thunder and the fury of lightning can suppress the 8 desolations. Saint Feng Qi's face trembled slightly as he spoke. Even the Phoenix clan had to be wary of the all-creation physique. Since ancient times, it was said that the primeval lightning mammoths that were capable of condensing the myriad mammoth physique were extremely rare. There had been legends about the all-creation physique, but they were too ancient to exist in the present age. But now, this primeval lightning mammoth had condensed the all-creation physique, shocking the world. Mammoth Wushuang was an existence that transcended worldliness. Rumble around Xiang Wushuang's gigantic primeval lightning mammoth body, the light flickered and flickered. Strange phenomena changed, and the terrifying might caused some experts to lose their footing and sway in midair. "Let's end this," Xiang Wushuang said, his voice like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Unparalleled power descended. Boom! When Xiang Wushuang's foot landed on Du Xiaofu's palm, the power behind it increased exponentially. Accompanied by the power of a grand paragon and the all-creation physique, it turned into layers of light that pressed down on Du Xiaofu. The terrifying layers of light were like layers of a world. Every time a layer fell, the void rumbled, as if it wanted to crush the heavens. Everyone's hair stood on end, their hearts trembling in fear as they witnessed Xiang Wushuang's terrifying strength. Du Xiaofu's hair fluttered in the wind as he suffered a great pressure. Very strong. Du Xiaofu looked up, secretly shocked. If they were at the same level, Xiang Wushuang would definitely be on par with Moksha. He was terrifyingly strong. There was always a sky beyond a sky, and a person beyond a person. Xiang Wushuang's appearance made Du Xiaofu understand the meaning of this saying. There were still many powerful existences hidden in this world. Du Xiaofu stood in the void. The huge sorcerer god's palm drooped down. The thunder martial vein in his body could no longer devour the power of spiritual thunder. At this moment, Xiang Wushuang was so strong that it seemed like he could suppress everything. However, no matter how strong he is, he still hasn't stepped into the true saint realm. A quasi-saint is nothing. However, Du Xiaofu was still fearless and confident. The Demon King is really domineering and arrogant. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped. Xiang Wushuang had shown such extraordinary strength, and now he had the upper hand. And yet, the Demon King was still so confident. Huh! Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw the Demon King and Du Xiaofu's body ripple. His eyes shone brightly, as if divine light were surging. From Du Xiaofu's raised palm, within the power of the ancient sorcerer, rays of light suddenly burst out in a ring around the elephant's foot, and a vast pressure quietly revealed itself. The image of the 8 trigrams appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm, within which there were lightning, stars, rolling flames, and moving mountains and lakes. This was the profound meaning of the 8 trigrams that Du Xiaofu had comprehended, condensed into a seal, and used. In an instant it blocked the intensifying pressure of the elephant's foot. Rumble. When the foot collided, a muffled sound resounded, and a ring of black spatial cracks spread out in the void. Under the elephant's foot, runes poured down like a rain of light, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared, and the shadows of beasts roared. At the same time, behind Du Xiaofu's sorcerer divine body, golden light suddenly burst out, and golden talisman runes erupted. Du Xiaofu's real golden wings spread out behind his back, and an indescribable Tao aura was exuding from his body. His aura was monstrous, and golden light shone brightly. He flapped his wings and soared through the sky. In an instant, Du Xiaofu seemed to have transformed into a true golden-winged roc, and he intended to soar into the sky and soar through the sky. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed coldly, and the lightning martial vein in his body was activated, covering the golden wings behind his back. In an instant, the golden wings turned purple gold, and when they flapped, they were like clouds in the sky. The lightning martial vein covered the golden wings, and the domineering will and supreme execution condensed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's sorcerer divine body stood tall, and it was as if the real Demon King had descended, dazzling the world. Xiang Wushuang seemed to have sensed something, and wanted to retreat, but his expression changed. At this time, Xiang Wushuang was surprised to find that his foot had been restrained by the strange power in Du Xiaofu's palm. It was as if he had been wrapped up and couldn't escape. Qi-la. Du Xiaofu was fast to the extreme, and with a flap of his wings, the lightning martial vein and golden wings combined, he attacked with all his strength. Even he himself could feel that the divine gate in his body was greatly exhausted, and his right wing slammed down like a cloud in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and purple lightning flashed. Golden light shone brightly, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged roc race. The roc struck the sky, and a large area of pitch-black spatial cracks exploded. Poochie! Blood sprayed out of Xiang Wushuang's mouth as his fleshly body was sent tumbling backward. Du Xiaofu followed closely, and the 8 trigrams image in his palm clenched tightly. He punched out, and with the roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of an elephant, it landed on Xiang Wushuang's back with unparalleled momentum. Crack crack! The lightning arcs on Xiang Wushuang's body shattered, and his armor cracked. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and cracking sounds could be heard. It was obvious that several bones were broken. At the same time, Xiang Wushuang's gigantic lightning mammoth body was sent flying backward. He slammed into the crumbling mountain peak below. Bang! Bang! The earth quaked and the mountains trembled. The huge impact turned the mountain into dust, and the cracks on the ground spread into the distance. Everyone was shocked. Many people had seen Du Xiaofu punch Xiang Wushuang's skin and flesh open, and send him flying. The exchange just now had only lasted for an instant, but both of them had used all kinds of methods to display the might of Supremes. Xiang Wushuang lost. The living beings trembled. The more they knew how strong Xiang Wushuang was, the more shocked they were. The Demon King was so strong, and yet Xiang Wushuang, a quasi-saint, had lost so easily. This kind of battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. The two of them are so strong. Many of the living beings trembled and their blood surged. Whether it was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, or the defeated Xiang Wushuang, they represented the strongest battle prowess under the true saint realm, and they were fascinated. Rumble. On the ground, Xiang Wushuang shook off the dust on his body and rose to his feet. There was a huge crater in the ground, and blood was oozing out of his body. Du Xiaofu's punch had torn his skin and flesh open. Looking up at Du Xiaofu, Xiang Wushuang's lightning eyes rippled. With his quasi-saint cultivation base, he had never been defeated by anyone in the same level as him. In the past, he had been able to challenge those of a higher level, but this time, he had been defeated. Xiang Wushuang could sense that his opponent hadn't even used his full strength, yet he had been defeated so miserably. Extraordinary indeed. The golden-winged rocks got a great bargain. As the voice rang out, a figure appeared in the sky, emanating an invisible pressure. It was an old man. He wasn't very tall, but he had a weathered face. The wrinkles on his face seemed to flow with the passage of time, and his deep eyes rippled with lightning. He had seen many glorious things in the past. A true saint expert. At this instant, Du Xiaofu's heart shook abruptly. It was absolutely a saint realm expert who'd arrived. He seemed to be calm and composed, yet the inexplicable imposing aura caused space to tighten and congeal, and it caused the profound energy that flowed within his body to almost stop. Old Xiang, are you jealous? Jialo Batian appeared next to Du Xiaofu, and the pressure on Du Xiaofu immediately dissipated. Jialo Batian's eyes shone brightly on his gaunt face, and they rippled with golden light. He looked at the newcomer with a strange expression, then said to Du Xiaofu, "Xiaofu, this is an old man from the ancient lightning mammoths. His name is Xiang Chongxing, and according to seniority, you should call him grandfather." Chapter 2072. It's the sage realm expert from the ancient thunder mammoths. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. From Jialo Batian's tone, it wasn't hard to guess that Jialo Batian wasn't just acquainted with the sage realm expert of the ancient thunder mammoths, but their relationship wasn't simple. "Greetings, grandfather." The ancient sorcerer god's body and the great Peng's wings retracted. Although Du Xiaofu was surprised, he still bowed respectfully. "Don't learn bad things from this treacherous old man," Xiang Zhongxing said to Du Xiaofu, as if he was suppressing his anger. However, this anger wasn't directed at Du Xiaofu, but at Jialo Batian. "Humph!" Xiang Zhongxing flung his robe, snorted coldly at Jialo Batian, and left. "What's the meaning of this? How did he learn bad things from me?" Jialo Batian glared at Xiang Zhongxing's back and rolled his eyes. Then, he squeezed out a smile at Du Xiaofu and said, "This old man is too petty. He looks honest, but in reality, he's full of evil trick. Avoid him next time." "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded, but in his heart, he guessed that this cheap grandfather must have some grudge with Xiang Wushuang. Judging from Xiang Zhongxing's attitude and expression, it was very likely that Jialo Batian had cheated him before. Swoosh swoosh Moon Sage, Xian Gu, Jialo Mola, and Feng Qi Saint arrived beside Du Xiaofu. They looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in their eyes. How could they not see that Xiang Wushuang had used his full strength? Although Du Xiaofu didn't seem to be holding back, he definitely hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, Xiang Wushuang would have been in a worse state. Even a supreme genius like Wushuang was defeated by this guy. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It seems that old man hasn't forgotten what happened back then. Xian Gu glanced at Xiang Chongxing, who had landed beside Xiang Wushuang. He seemed to be implying something. The relationship between the demon king Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged great rocks was known to the world. When Xiang Wushuang and Du Xiaofu had fought, Xiang Zhongxing had tacitly agreed to it. Most likely, he had wanted Xiang Wushuang to win. However, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. The Moon Saint smiled and said nothing. She knew some things about what had happened back then. Now that you've won, let's quickly enter the Tomb of Eternity. Old Granny Garuda said. Du Xiaofu nodded and didn't want to delay any longer. The figures around him also continued to enter the eternal tomb. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu looked at the space in front of him. There were many different gazes looking at him. Following those gazes, Du Xiaofu saw a peerless beauty with delicate skin and beautiful eyes. She wore a purple pleated skirt that seemed to emit a hazy glow and a fragrance. It's a demon spirit. Although the beauty's aura was extremely well hidden, Du Xiaofu's sharp primordial spirit could still sense the aura of a demon spirit. It's her. Following which, Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with surprise as he saw a familiar beautiful figure. That dreamy purple hair glowed so brightly that it could reflect one's appearance. The curves of her body swayed up and down, causing one's heart to sway. Who else could it be but the mysterious woman who called herself Hong Yu that he had met in the divine domain? Could she be from the demon realm? Du Xiaofu guessed Hong Yu's identity. Xiaofu. A familiar voice rang out, and a slender and graceful figure flashed over. Her silky black hair was only lightly tied up, and the scattered long hair fluttered around her slender waist. She was exceptionally charming, and her face was filled with joy. Her light purple eyes were filled with joy. Muha. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. It was Sima Muhan. Her charming face had a bit more mature charm, making her even more alluring. Where's your father and my master? Du Xiaofu then looked in the direction that Sima Muhan had come from. He wanted to find his master Gu Qingyang and senior brother Sima Taxing. The ancient heaven sect was a force that had converted to the Mahist family. Moreover, Sima Muhan was also part of the Mahist family. Du Xiaofu guessed that she was with the Mahist family. Du Xiaofu really did see the Mahist family's lineup. They had already stepped into the tunnel in front of the eternal tomb. He could vaguely see some familiar figures like his senior brother Sima Taxing and Master Gu Qingyang. My father, Grandmaster, and the experts of the Mahist family are in front. They are entering the eternal tomb. Sima Muhan's beautiful eyes slightly raised. Her light purple eyes rippled with intelligence and charm. She pouted and said to Du Xiaofu, "We haven't seen each other for so long. Can't you care about me? I've been worried about you. It's good that you're fine." Du Xiaofu turned around and smiled. His master, Gu Qingyang, Muha, and the others were all fine. His last worry also fell, and his heart was completely at ease. "I'm not angry with you. I know you have no conscience." Sima Muhan glared at Du Xiaofu, then pouted. Her red lips were alluring as she continued, "I just arrived here with some elders of the Mahist family not long ago. I wanted to find you, but Sister Ru Nan said that you should be in seclusion recuperating, so I didn't disturb you. I just saw you and came here." "Okay, let's enter the eternal tomb together. Be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded to Sima Muhan. He looked at where Hong Yu had been and found that she had disappeared into the entrance of the eternal tomb. Then Du Xiaofu, Sima Muhan, and the others entered the entrance of the eternal tomb. Behind them, Moon Saint, Xian Gu, Phoenix Blaze Saint, Jalobatian, and the others followed, all of them carefully. Around the passage, the stars moved, and it was dreamy and hazy. Everyone stepped inside, as if they were going to enter another world. There was a strong suction force in the passage. The light was dazzling and ancient, dazzling runes flashed. The void passage was already very wide, but the deeper they went, the wider it became. Gradually, many small void passages appeared. These passages twisted around, as if they could lead to many areas of the eternal tomb. This proved that there wasn't only one entrance in the eternal tomb, but many. Outside these side entrances, there were creatures choosing to enter. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. Buddhism, Taoism, agriculture, Mahist, and so on. There they are. Du Xiaofu saw the disciples of the barren nation who had entered earlier. They were entering through one of the entrances. Du Xiaofu followed closely behind. His body was wrapped in golden light, and he entered directly. The void passage passed quickly. Du Xiaofu, Sima Muhan, Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, and the others stepped out and appeared in another part of the void. Buzz, buzz. Du Xiaofu instantly felt an immense pressure crushing down on him. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. This great pressure seemed to want to crush living creatures. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to resist this great pressure at all. Carefully on guard, Du Xiaofu looked at the scenery around him. Below him was the faintly discernible ancient battlefield that was seen in the outside world. It was vast and boundless. In the middle of the ancient battlefield, the broken walls extended to the end of one's line of sight. There was a huge monster standing there, like a ferocious beast from the universe that was crawling on the vast ancient battlefield. That place seemed to be a lot clearer, but it was still hazy, as if it was covered by a thick fog. The aura made one's soul tremble. In the ancient battlefield there were sparse ancient trees. Some of the trees were damaged, but they were still growing. Each of them was very strong. What was strange was that these ancient trees were all old trees. They towered into the sky. Some of the old bark was cracked, and some of the old vines were winding around them like dragons. The light inside was very bright. Along with the drifting fog, the light was dazzling. It made one feel that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that one could even breathe in it. Rock Emperor, President, Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchun, Yilao, Du Tingxian, Mo Tianxiao, Yi Piaoling, Qi Yeshi, and the others saw Du Xiaofu and surrounded him. Du Xiaofu nodded and continued to look at the scenery around him. Although there was more than one entrance, there were many other living beings besides the desolate nation, the Phoenix clan, the Yin-Yang school, and the others. Not far away, Du Xiaofu saw many other forces, but there was a distorted void between them. It was like there were many sides of space. One could see each other, but in the middle, there seemed to be a barrier. It was densely covered with runes. Du Xiaofu guessed in his heart that the surroundings of the ancient battlefield were split into more than 10 spatial positions to separate the living beings. However, every separated space was connected to the ancient battlefield. Looking around, Du Xiaofu wanted to find the people from the devil religion, but he did not find any. Not all of these seemingly separated spaces could be seen. Presumably, the people of the demonic sect were also somewhere at this moment. Boom! Du Xiaofu once again felt the purple lightning profound cauldron in the god's watchtower in his body being attracted by something. It was rumbling towards the depths of the towering colossus. Buzz buzz! At this moment, a divine sound suddenly filled the ancient battlefield. Dazzling rays of light shot into the sky. These dazzling rays of light shuttled between the broken walls and the ruins. A powerful ancient aura filled the air, illuminating the magnificent ruins of the giant hall in the distance. "It's those treasures!" Everyone, the surrounding people exclaimed. They had already seen these treasures when they were in the outside world. Now that they were so close to them, they could feel the terrifying and vast aura emanating from the treasures. Those were definitely amazing treasures. Almost all of them were at the level of sacred artifact. Those were piles of sacred artifacts. Piles of sacred artifacts. No one could resist such a temptation. Among the 9 great families, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the other large clans, even including the value of the ancient experts in their respective clans, there were only 2 or 3 sacred artifacts each. Now, in front of everyone, there were piles of sacred artifacts shuttling back and forth. They were whistling, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded. Chapter 2073. It was as if they had traveled through time and space. It burned one's heart and soul, causing one's blood to boil for no reason. Attack. This is a great opportunity. Attack. Under such temptation, some creatures could not resist and wanted to attack first. Their figures were as fast as lightning as they rushed forward, wanting to seize the treasures. There were also people from the desolate country who wanted to attack. Piles of divine weapons were almost in front of them. The temptation was too great. Everyone, be careful. This is not a good place. Du Xiaofu frowned. His intuition told him that this wasn't a good place, so he shouted. Hearing Du Xiaofu's warning, those from the desolate country and the Phoenix tribe who were about to attack immediately stopped. However, not everyone would listen to Du Xiaofu. Some of them directly pounced on the treasures. Swish! Suddenly, just as those creatures thought they were close to the treasures and were overjoyed, the sound of air being torn apart resounded. The raging flames of the heavenly generals landed on those creatures' bodies and strangely disappeared. In an instant these creatures screamed at the same time. Their eyes were wide open and round, filled with deep fear. Then, from their bodies, a scorching heat rose. Flames gushed out from their 7 orifices, and their bodies turned into skeletons in an instant. These creatures' flesh and internal organs were burned. Finally, their skeletons were turned into ashes. Crash! More than 10 powerful cultivators died in such a strange way in an instant. Their souls were destroyed, and even their primordial spirits could not escape. This sent chills down the spines of the remaining people, and made their hair stand on end. Rumble! At the same time, the surroundings trembled. Ancient talisman patterns appeared out of thin air. Large amounts of blazing flames seeped out from the void, as if they were descending from the sky, rushing forward. The terrifying heat was so intense that it submerged the void and burned it into a vacuum. Some of the creatures who were close did not have time to dodge. In shock, they activated their trump cards and treasures and attacked with all their might. However, the flames were too terrifying. Everywhere they passed, everything was burned. The treasures were turned into molten lava and the creatures were burned into ashes. Screams of agony were heard continuously, making those who heard it feel particularly horrified. Everyone, retreat! Quick! Du Xiaofu was shocked. His expression changed greatly as he shouted. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu's silhouette darted to the front, blocking the path of the barren nation's people. Screams of agony rang out from all directions. The other regions were also in a state of chaos. There were regions where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning descended, destroying everything. Those who had no one to protect them had their souls destroyed under the lightning. In some areas, saber light and sword shadows filled the air. Killing intent filled the air, ready to kill everything. There were regions where ice was frozen, icicles falling like sharp swords, able to freeze the primordial spirit. In some regions, strong winds howled, the wind was bone-chilling, and the color of the sky changed. Rumble! The entire ancient battlefield was rumbling, the runes dazzling. The changes in each spatial zone were different, but they were all filled with monstrous killing intent. Without the protection of experts, many of the living beings died. Retreat! Moon Saint, Jalobatian, Phoenix Blaze Saint, and the other descendants of the protectors retreated as far as they could, blocking the terrifying flames. Their expressions were solemn. Fortunately, the terrifying flames only lingered in front of them and did not continue to sweep towards them. Instead, they completely covered the path in front of them. Du Xiaofu retreated to the back. Seeing that the strange and terrifying flames did not continue to approach, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at the surrounding spaces. The situation in each region was similar. Some regions were covered in lightning, some were frozen, and some were howling with strong winds, blocking their path. This is an ancient formation. It has been activated. Zhen Qingchuan's eyes lit up as he saw the clues. There was clearly an ancient formation around them, and they were trapped in it. A formation, huh? Let me try. Du Xiaoyao stepped forward, his body shrouded in golden light as he rushed forward. Ordinary formations were useless against Du Xiaoyao, and he was immune to them. Awoo! When Du Xiaoyao stepped forward, the raging flames in front of him surged like a volcanic eruption, drowning Du Xiaoyao. Ancient runes filled the void, transforming into all kinds of flame beasts that roared. All kinds of flame beasts changed, and their aura made Jialo Batian and Xian Gu frown. Awoo! Not long after, a dazzling golden red-bone horse monkey rushed out of the monstrous flame runes, roaring in a very sorry state. The impact of the flames came from behind him. Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey's body madly fled. Mysterious runes that filled the sky surged on his body, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. It also pierced through the ancient runes in the surrounding space. As fast as lightning, Du Xiaoyao retreated to the side of Du Xiaofu, Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, and the others. The terrifying flames did not continue to pursue, but the terrifying aura that could devour everything had once again sent chills down their spines. Du Xiaoyao withdrew his body, his handsome face full of shock and astonishment. His golden robe was stained with the smell of the scorching flames, and there was still lingering fear in his expression. He said, "The situation was not good. Fortunately, I had some tricks up my sleeve, otherwise I would not have been able to get out. This ancient formation is not ordinary. Even I can't get through it." Du Xiaoyao was immune to ordinary formations, and could directly ignore them. This was his terrifying innate ability, but he was very afraid of the formation just now, and did not dare to rush in recklessly. Du Xiaofu looked at Du Xiaoyao, his expression extremely solemn. Du Xiaoyao had the body of a red-bone horse monkey. He understood yin and yang, knew how to get in and out, and was good at prolonging life. But at this moment, he still could not get through this ancient formation, which was enough to show how powerful it was. If it was not Du Xiaoyao earlier, but anyone else, they would probably not be able to return alive. Du Xiaoyao personally went up, but he also returned in a sorry state. Du Xiaofu had no intention of trying it himself. Looking at the other regions in the surroundings, Du Xiaofu discovered that there were movements in those regions again. There were experts trying to break through the formation, using various methods. However, the result was like a heavenly punishment. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and gales were like blades. Many people were affected, and their souls were destroyed amidst miserable screams. There were also people who were studying the invisible barriers that separated the various regions, but they found that the barriers were unbreakable. Some experts took action, but when their attacks landed, they disappeared as if they had landed in a bottomless pit. They only caused some spatial ripples in the surroundings, like a few pebbles being thrown into a calm lake. "Father, let me try," Little Star said. Golden flames appeared in her eyes. She wanted to give it a try. "Don't go in rashly." Du Xiaofu stopped Little Star. Chapter 2074. Du Xiaofu knew that Little Xingxing had an abnormal defensive power, but this formation was not ordinary. Du Xiaoyao also retreated in a sorry state, not daring to let Little Xingxing take the risk. "Let me try. Is there really no way to enter?" Saint Fengqi spoke. Blazing 5-colored flames surged out of his body, condensing into a phoenix phantom around him. His figure flashed out like a phoenix spreading its wings. With a vast and unparalleled posture, he plunged straight into the blazing sea of fire in front of him. Seeing Saint Fengqi take action, everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. He was a Saint Realm expert, so there must be hope. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and stared at the sea of fire in front of him. Saint Feng Qi was a Saint Realm expert of the Phoenix clan, and his cultivation was also closely related to fire. Ordinary fire was useless in front of the Phoenix clan. Whoosh! As Saint Feng Qi entered, the vast sea of fire immediately boiled again, and the temperature had clearly increased by dozens of times. The void was burned into nothingness, as if magma was boiling. Just the bubbles in the flames could penetrate the void. If one was accidentally contaminated, even a supreme Nirvana realm expert's defense would be destroyed in an instant, and his body would suffer a calamity. Saint Feng Qi was worthy of being a Saint Realm expert of the Phoenix clan. At this moment, he also carried everyone's hope. In the terrifying flames, there was a 5-colored flame around his body that seemed to be able to resist the terrifying heat and flames. The terror of the Phoenix clan, especially the effect of fire, was completely displayed at this moment. Then, he completely disappeared in the flames. Du Xiaofu's eyes were focused on the movements in the surrounding space. In front of him, there was an old man and a middle-aged expert with extremely powerful auras. At this moment, they were also approaching the sea of fire tentatively. Their bodies were covered in strange flames, and the mysterious runes on their talismans were dazzling. It was a special cultivation method of the Fire Tao. Then more people followed. Some were covered in ice, while others were covered in rock-like armor. Their xianqi surged and condensed all kinds of defenses. They all had their own methods and secret techniques to cover their bodies without any crack. They wanted to force their way through the sea of fire. But when screams rang out, many of those who were confident in their special secret techniques were immediately killed. They could not compare to Saint Feng Qi at all. They were burned to ashes in the sea of fire, and even their souls could not escape. This is too strange. Those blood-curdling screams made people's hearts palpitate. Originally, there were still people who wanted to try using their own secret techniques, but after seeing the fate of those people, they didn't dare to go forward. Not long after, the cry of a phoenix resounded. The vast sea of fire in front of him surged, and a huge phoenix body wrapped in monstrous 5-colored flames rushed out. The terrifying pressure shattered the void, accompanied by a sky full of runes that covered the void. It was like a miracle. Not good, Saint Feng Qi is in trouble. Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and Jialo Baishan's faces changed. Attack! The 3 figures were covered in ink-black runes. Starlight rippled, and golden light shot out from their bodies. The 3 attacks were like 3 dazzling thunderbolts as they ruthlessly rushed into the sea of fire. Rumble! 3 terrifying attacks froze the void. These were the attacks of 3 Saint Plane cultivators. They all crashed into the sea of fire and exploded. In an instant, violent energy fluctuations spread out. It was vast and mighty, causing the space of the sea of fire to distort and become illusory. It was as if the vast sea of fire was going to be extinguished. Large swaths of flames were overturned in all directions. Whoosh! But at this moment, the overturned flames retracted. It was like a bomb had exploded in the depths of the sea, creating monstrous waves. But the waves would always roll back, and at the same time, they would create monstrous waves that swept in all directions. Not good. Moon Saint, Jialo Batian, and Xian Gu's faces changed again. They also became serious. The attacks that the 3 of them had gathered together were useless. Instead, they had created monstrous waves of flames. If they poured down, who knew how many people would be killed, including their descendants? Whoosh! The 3 great cultivators attacked, and 3 monstrous auras swept out. Golden light shot out like a golden waterfall. Starlight rippled, and a river of stars appeared. Inky black runes filled the void and filled it. These 3 beams of energy formed a light shield. Stars rotated, and the shadow of a golden-winged rock swayed within it. There was also the shadow of a giant tortoise entrenched within. It erupted with incomparably terrifying power, blocking the flames that were pouring down and surging in front of it. The terrifying flames burned, and it was very strange and terrifying. It seemed to be able to melt Xianqi and corrode everything. It was able to silently destroy the light shields of Jalobatian, Moon Saint, and Xiangu. The light shields dimmed and were about to be annihilated. Fortunately, the defenses set up by the 3 Saint Plane cultivators were not simple. In the end, they resisted the terrifying waves of flames. Thud, thud, Jalobatian, Moon Saint, and Xiangu staggered back. Their faces had turned pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. The flames were so powerful. Whoosh, a huge phoenix spread its wings and rushed out of the sea of flames. The 5 colored flames on its body dimmed, and its feathers were burned. It turned into a human form and quickly landed beside Jalobatian, Xiangu, and Moon Saint. Its brocade clothes were torn, and its hair was scattered. It was Saint Fengqi. Too strong. There are endless changes inside. It's a murderous trap. There's no way to break through. Saint Fengqi looked into the depths of the sea of flames with lingering fear. There was a vast power in the sea of flames. It was unpredictable and endless, and it could suppress him. If it weren't for his own talent, he would have been trapped inside. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking back, he was still scared. It's too strong. Even a Saint Plane cultivator can't break through. Everyone's face was solemn. They originally thought that there would be great opportunities in the Eternal Tomb. Who knew that they would be unable to break through the piles of Saint artifacts in front of them? Even a Saint Plane cultivator had to retreat. The others would only be courting death if they went in. This formation is too strong. Little Xingxing pouted as he looked at the sea of flames in front of him. At this moment, he frowned. The mysterious mark between his eyebrows piled up together, as if there was a faint golden light fluctuating. Du Xiaofu frowned. The sea of flames was strange and terrifying. It seemed to be able to consume a person's xianqi. The sea of flames was actually condensed by this formation. It had endless changes and killing intent. Even a Saint Plane cultivator couldn't force his way through, so it was unlikely that anyone present could. According to Du Xiaofu's observation, if a Saint Plane cultivator wanted to pass through the sea of flames, they would be exhausted in the middle. At that time, they would also suffer a calamity. Chapter 2075. We're in big trouble. It seems that no one can break through, Jalobatian said. His golden eyes swept across the surroundings with a serious expression. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked around again. At this moment, there were also mighty fluctuations in the space in other areas. Those were the attacks of the Saint Plane cultivators. Among them, Du Xiaofu vaguely saw the figures of the Saint Plane cultivators from the Taoist school, Confucian school, and other forces that he had met before. However, the outcome of the battle was the same as the battle on the other side. Even the Sage Realm experts were unable to do anything. Was it left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors? Du Xiaofu was shocked. Such a large formation could even block Saint Realm experts. How terrifying was it? He wondered if it was left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors. This is an ancient formation. Every spatial area is a corner of the formation. We are only in one corner. While everyone was solemn, Zhen Qingchun spoke. He had been studying the formation and had found some clues. Hearing this, many people's eyes fell on Zhen Qingchun. Many people knew Zhen Qingchun's identity. He was a master of formations. Although there were many talisman masters present, Zhen Qingchun was definitely the best when it came to formations. Is there any way to break the formation? Old Lady Jialomaluo asked Zhen Qingchun. Since they could not force their way through the sea of fire, they could only break the formation. This formation was left behind by an ancient expert. It is beyond my knowledge. Just a corner of it is already extremely profound. Sacred Array boy Zhen Qingchun smiled bitterly. He had been studying it all this while, but he knew very well that this ancient array was not something he could break. Hearing Zhen Qingchuan's words, many people's eyes, which had been lit with hope, dimmed again. If Zhen Qingchun could not do anything, no one present would be able to break the formation. Xiaofu, do you have any ideas? As everyone sighed, Zhen Qingchun asked Du Xiaofu. Others might not know, but Zhen Qingchun was very clear that in terms of attainments in formations, Du Xiaofu was probably not inferior to him since a long time ago. That kind of talent was something he had never mentioned before. However, Zhen Qingchun still couldn't understand. Although this guy was extremely talented in formations, he clearly hadn't spent much time on them. How could he have improved so quickly? Not simple. I've never seen anything like this before. Du Xiaofu frowned as he scanned his surroundings. He had been secretly observing and studying the ancient formation. Du Xiaofu had never seen such a large formation before. The terrifying flames were only condensed by the formation, and they were extremely strange. All attacks were useless in front of them, and they were even like adding fuel to the fire, causing the sea of flames to burn even more fiercely. This formation came from ancient times. It should have been left behind by the great calamity. After a long time, it should be incomplete. Zhen Qingchun said in a deep voice. He had studied and observed it for a long time, but he didn't understand much. He could only see some clues. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he looked into the depths of the sea of flames. There were flames roaring and fluttering as if there was no end. In the extreme distance was the ancient battlefield. Multicolored light overflowed into the heavens. There were piles of treasures there. Only by crossing the sea of fire ancient formation could one step into the ancient battlefield. Everyone, step back. Let me try to break the formation. Raising his head slightly and thinking for a while, Du Xiaofu made a decision. Du Xiaofu didn't seem to have any other choice. Even Du Xiaoyao was blocked, let alone him. It was also impossible to force his way through. If a saint stage expert didn't have a chance, others would have even less hope. From what Saint Fengqi had said just now, Du Xiaofu felt that it was impossible to break through with just strength. It was misty and ever-changing inside. This was a great formation, a killing trap. It was difficult to solve the problem with brute force. Even if they could break in, just the consumption alone was enough to exhaust all the saint stage expert. Therefore, they could only break the formation. This was an ancient formation, and it was very likely left behind by the 3,000 sectors. However, it had been a long time, and it was incomplete and exhausted. This was only a corner of the formation. Perhaps there was still a chance. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, everyone's expression froze. Are you confident? Du Tingxian asked Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. If they wanted to break the formation, they had to go deep into the ancient formation. If they were not careful, they would undoubtedly burn themselves. The consequences could be imagined. Du Xiaofu shook his head, but his eyes were determined. He said to Du Tingxian, "No, but I want to try." "Child, this is too risky." Old Lady Jialo Maluo shook her head, not wanting Du Xiaofu to take the risk. "Grandma, I will be careful. Let me try." Du Xiaofu said, not changing his mind. "Xiaofu, I will go with you. We can take care of each other." Jialo Batian said. He did not stop him, knowing that he had no other choice. The overbearing aura on his body surged, and his eyes were sharp. At least he could protect his grandson. "I also know some formations. I will go with you." Gu Xinyan said, her beautiful eyes shining. "I will go with you too." Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others spoke. "Dad, I want to go with you too." Du Xiaohuang's voice was tender. She looked at Du Xiaofu seriously, blinking her eyes. "Me too," Little Xingxing said. "Xiaofu, I also know a little about formations. I will go with you." Yu Xianzi said, her voice soft. She was wearing a green palace dress. Although she looked middle-aged, her temperament was refined, as if she was untainted by the mortal world. In recent years, her black hair had begun to show white strands. At this moment, Yu Xianzi and the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were also in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It will be inconvenient if there are too many people. I am just trying. It will not be a big problem. Du Xiaofu shook his head at the crowd, knowing that they were worried. However, he was just trying to break the formation. If there were too many people, it would trigger the formation, and there would be no benefits. Brother Qin-chun, little Yao, just accompany me. After that, Du Xiaofu said to his big brother, Zhen Qin-chun, and Du Xiaoyao. Among those present, his big brother, Zhen Qin-chun, was definitely not the strongest, but in terms of talisman formations, there was probably no one who could surpass him. And Du Xiaoyao had innate skills, so she might be able to play a big role. Therefore, Du Xiaofu chose Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qin-chun. The two of them were enough. Okay. Zhen Qin-chun and Du Xiaoyao nodded. They both took a deep breath and prepared. Du Xiaofu adjusted his state and looked at the sea of fire in front of him. Then, he walked to the edge of the sea of fire with Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qin-chun. Everyone was on tenterhooks and held their breath. Jalobatian, Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and Phoenix Blaze Saint all had solemn expressions. They were fully focused, guarding against the slightest change so that they could lend a hand in time. The sea of fire was scorching hot and the void was twisting. The scorching heat permeated the air, causing people's souls to wither. Their skin felt like it would catch fire at any moment. It was difficult to resist. Just the high temperature in this space alone was enough to make living beings sweat with all their might. Their skin felt like it was about to be roasted dry. Why haven't they moved yet? After a while, seeing Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qin-chun, and little Xingxing standing there without moving, some people began to feel puzzled. They're discussing. They're communicating with their origin spirit. They should be studying the formation. Some experts saw through the clues. Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qin-chun, and Du Xiaoyao were communicating with their origin spirit. They were studying the terrifying ancient formation and did not enter rashly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qin-chun, and Du Xiaoyao were indeed studying the formation and communicating with each other. This formation is connected to the surroundings. We're only at a corner right now, but it won't be easy to break through it, Du Xiaofu said. He had extraordinary talent in comprehending formations, coupled with the heavenly spirit record his master had left behind in his mind. He was basically standing on the shoulders of giants. He had a much higher starting point than others, coupled with the fact that he had Zhen Qin-chun, a formation expert, by his side. He had long since reached the level of a formation expert. Du Xiaofu wanted to attempt to break through the formation because he had no other choice, but there was also another reason. As he observed the ancient formation, Du Xiaofu's sharp origin spirit and attainments in formations sensed some clues. Although he had never seen this ancient formation before, it didn't seem like a formation of the present age. It even gave off a feeling that it didn't belong to this world. This ancient formation was all-encompassing and boundless, but it also gave Du Xiaofu a sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity wasn't because Du Xiaofu had seen this formation before. It was because the style of the formation's layout made Du Xiaofu feel as if he had seen it somewhere before. Du Xiaofu thought of the Heavenly Spirit record. The research on formations recorded in it was really somewhat similar to this ancient formation. Du Xiaofu transmitted his origin spirit. The Heavenly Spirit record appeared in his mind. He told Zhen Qin-chun and Du Xiaoyao many of the records in the Heavenly Spirit record. The three of them sank into deep thought as they tried to break through the formation, carefully comprehending it. Although Du Xiaoyao wasn't an array talisman master, he had an innate talent in formations, so he could understand it with just a little bit. It was useless for anyone to be jealous of such an innate talent. Du Xiaoyao was born with an abnormal advantage in formations. It's too vast. It's endlessly useful. Zhen Qin-chun was an array formation expert, so he was able to comprehend some of the formation information recorded in the heavenly spirit record very quickly. He was shocked by the information. It was simply an array formation treasure trove. It was an unparalleled treasure trove for array talisman masters. Zhen Qingchuan's inverted triangular eyes twitched occasionally. His eyebrows were raised from time to time, sometimes pleasantly surprised, and sometimes deep in thought. In some of the surrounding areas, some powerhouses with extremely high attainments in formations also realized that there was a problem. They started to join forces and comprehend the formation, trying to find a way to break it. There are many directions that can change endlessly. However, this great formation is now damaged and should be an ownerless object. Its power can no longer be compared to before. Therefore, there should be a chance to break through any direction. Chapter 2076. An hour later, Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qingchun, his eyes shining. Let's give it a try and act according to the circumstances. Only by being inside can we see more clearly. Zhen Qingchuan's heart surged with excitement. If he could break this corner of the ancient formation today, it would be enough for him to make a qualitative leap in his attainments in talisman arrays. Follow me and be careful. Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth. Only by being inside the formation could he see more clearly. Condensing his hand seals, Du Xiaofu's eyes emitted a white light. It was as dazzling as a divine light, carrying with it an ancient pressure. Then, Du Xiaofu's figure was wrapped in golden light. Carefully and mysteriously, he rushed into the boiling sea of flames. Be careful! Many people were on tenterhooks, gasping for breath for the three. Even a Saint Realm expert like Saint Fengqi had to retreat in a sorry state after entering. How could these three be unharmed? Everyone was dumbstruck as they stared blankly, as if they had seen an inconceivable scene. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun charged into the terrifying sea of flames. But an extraordinary scene occurred. The monstrous flames did not engulf the three of them. Not only that, but the monstrous flames even retreated. Ancient runes surrounded Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun, isolating them from the terrifying flames. The three of them entered the sea of flames and did not trigger any more intense flames. They were safe and sound. They're really breaking the formation. Saint Fengqi was shocked, his eyes wide open. He was the clearest about how terrifying that formation was. He had almost not been able to get out. But now, those three had really gone in. Although they had not gone too deep, they were safe and sound. This little guy's attainments in talisman arrays are also terrifying. Xian Gu opened his mouth. His ancient eyes rippled. This is just the beginning. Jialo Beishan's eyes flickered, but he didn't relax in the slightest. His face darkened, and he transmitted his voice to the ears of everyone in the area, saying, "Don't act rashly. If anyone affects them, I won't be polite." In the depths of the sea of fire, the surrounding sea of fire roared. Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchun, and Du Xiaoyao, who were in the middle of it, could feel how terrifying it was. The blazing heat caused his soul to wither and his primordial spirit to feel like it was on fire. His surroundings changed endlessly, filled with killing intent. Be careful! Du Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. This proved that his comprehension of the heavenly spirit record as a foundation was correct, but he didn't relax at all. Instead, he became even more serious. This was only the beginning. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. If he made a single mistake, it would be enough to trigger a monstrous killing spree. Relax. Don't be too nervous. It's not good for breaking the formation. It's just a broken formation. We can definitely break it. Zhen Qingchuan's eyes lit up. At this moment there was a trace of Tao, which made him look extraordinary and radiant. The three of them continued to comprehend. Sometimes they would pause and ponder. Occasionally they would form hand seals. Every step they took forward was like walking on thin ice. They were very careful. Time slowly passed. Everyone held their breaths in silence. The three of them slowly disappeared into the sea of fire. They had gone deep inside. You must be careful. Jialomola, Ilao, and Du Xiaoman quietly clenched their fists, nervously watching the movements in the sea of fire. In the surrounding space, some experts of formations had also entered the formation. Some extraordinary ones had comprehended and reached the edge of the formation. However, most of them failed. Many experts of formations had triggered the formation and were forced to retreat. Some were injured and some died. Soon, screams resounded. Time passed by slowly. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Within the sea of flames, enormous waves surged from time to time. Ancient symbols overflowed into the heavens, and endless transformations surged, making everyone feel nervous and on edge. Everyone was trapped in this terrifying formation, isolated in different areas. They could not move forward. Even the saints were powerless. Some extraordinary experts of formations had entered the formation, but they were only at the edge. Their progress was as slow as a turtle's. After more than 20 hours, in the center of the sea of fire, raging flames roared. Who set up this terrifying formation? It's too vast. Zhen Qingchuan's face was pale. Being in this broken formation was no less than a life and death battle. The more they went, the more they felt that this formation was unfathomable and boundless. They were only in a corner of a broken formation, and it was already so terrifying. If this formation had a master and was activated in a perfect state, how terrifying would it be? It would probably be enough to trap and kill all the saints in the world. This formation might not be something from this world. Du Xiaoyao said, her eyes rippling with golden light. Du Xiaofu stood in the sea of fire. Ancient runes fluctuated around him. White light flickered in his eyes like divine light. He looked around and said, "How should we choose? One step to live, and the other step to die." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Zhen Qingchun and Du Xiaoyao were startled. They looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaoyao said, "Why don't we try to force our way in? We won't have any chance if we force our way in. It will also make all our efforts go to waste." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Looking at Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qingchun, he said, "I don't know whether the next step will lead to survival or despair. Do you want to continue breaking the formation or go back? Do you want to decide or do you want to decide? It's up to you. But if we go back, all our efforts will go to waste." Zhen Qingchun said seriously. He frowned and looked around. "We've spent dozens of hours trying to break the formation. If we give up now, all our efforts will go to waste. Let's continue. At worst, we'll just go all out," Du Xiaoyao said. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. Since the heavenly demon was present, it was most likely set up by the Lord of the 3,000 world. When the eternal tomb opened, it did not stop any living beings from entering. That meant that there was a way out. After a while, Du Xiaofu raised his head. Looking at the rolling flames and ancient runes fluctuating around him, he gritted his teeth and said slowly, "Then let's take a gamble." As his voice sounded, Du Xiaofu reminded his big brother, Zhen Qingchun, and Du Xiaoyao. With a wave of his purple sleeve, a golden light wrapped around his body. Following which, his figure directly rushed into the blazing flame in front of him. Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qingchun were already prepared. They followed closely behind. As the three of them charged in, a large expanse of ancient talisman runes surged, and the blazing flames in the surroundings suddenly became violent. It was as if a volcano was erupting, and the temperature rose sharply. The surging flames were like lava as they surged towards Du Xiaofu's group. "Oh no, we're in big trouble." Zhen Qingchuan's expression changed. His eyebrows were almost knitted together. "Not necessarily. Look ahead," Du Xiaofu said. He looked ahead. There were changes there. Zhen Qingchun and Du Xiaoyao heard him and immediately looked in the direction Du Xiaofu was looking. Just as the rolling flames roared in front of them, a passageway door was faintly discernible. The vast blazing aura around them slowly disappeared. The pressure and obstruction around them also faded. That must be the exit. Du Xiaoyao was overjoyed. Although the formation could block it, its innate talent allowed it to sense that it was the exit. The three of them flashed and directly entered the passageway door. Suddenly, the pressure inside was gone. There were no blazing flames. There was not even the slightest bit of obstruction. After about 10 breaths, the three of them trembled. It was as if they were about to fall. They immediately flashed and celestial chi flew out of their palms. They landed steadily on the ground. When the three of them landed, they quickly raised their heads and looked around. Their faces were filled with shock. Then, they were overjoyed. At this moment, some of the living beings in the surrounding area also saw a strange scene. Far away from the formation that they could not pass through, 3 figures suddenly appeared on the ancient battlefield that could still be vaguely seen. It seems to be Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. It seems to be the sacred array child Zhen Qingchun as well. Heavens, how did they get in? Did they break the formation? How did they get in? What's going on? In an instant, all the living beings in the surrounding area were in an uproar and were shocked. In the distant ancient battlefield, they saw 3 figures. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the Redbone Horse Monkey, Du Xiaoyao, and the Sacred Array Child, Zhen Qingchun, had all appeared on the ancient battlefield. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun landed on the ground and looked around. In the void above their heads, there were blazing magma flames entrenched like huge waves. The 3 of them could clearly see that it was the area they had just walked out of. Jalobatian, Moon Sage, Dongli Ruoshu, Dongli Ruoyun, Mo Tianshao, Qi Yishi, and Little Xingxing seemed to be not far ahead. Those magma flames were only hovering above their heads, and they were not as terrifying as they had seen in the formation just now. President Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could clearly hear Mo Tianshao, Ouyang Shuang, and Sima Muhan calling out to him, but they couldn't come over. It was as if the inside and outside of the formation were 2 completely different worlds. Du Xiaofu could now see all of the spell formation corners in the area, and could clearly see them. There were a total of 12 areas, with dazzling arcs of electricity that looked like giant pythons coiled up in the air. There were also tempestuous vortexes and swirling ice and snow. Figures flitted through the various areas. Du Xiaofu could see the Taoist school, the school of agriculture, and the Buddhist school. He also saw the sage realm experts from the school of vertical and horizontal, the school of famers, the dragons, and the school of legalism. Devil religion. Du Xiaofu finally saw the figures of those from the devil sect. At the corner of their formation, there was a huge mountain floating in the air like a meteor. Towering devil chi permeated the air even through the grand formation. We broke the formation. We broke the formation. Zhen Qingchuan's voice was filled with excitement. The 3 of them had broken the formation and were now inside. So many treasures. Holy items. Cosmos bags. Du Xiaoyao's golden eyes glowed as she looked at the piles of holy items streaking through the ancient battlefield. Cosmos bags littered the ground. Chapter 2077. Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze and looked in front of him. The vast ancient battlefield was ancient. Between the broken walls, piles of sage artifacts could be seen outside. At this moment, they were shuttling back and forth not far away, emitting sounds of wind and thunder and bursting with light. These treasures and sage artifacts were left behind from ancient times. They still emanated an ancient aura that shook one's soul. Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. The corners of his mouth curled into an undisguised smile. Take them all. As soon as he said that, mystic chi surged from the soles of his feet. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu's figure had already swept out. These were sage artifacts and Qiankuan bags left behind from ancient times. How could he let them go? If others entered this place, he would not be able to monopolize them. At this moment the others were still blocked outside. This was the best time to take the treasures. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Boom. There was no need for Du Xiaofu to say anything. Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qinchun had already rushed out. How could they let go of such a pile of treasures? Buzz. Wind and thunder resounded. The sage artifacts had artifact spirit. They emitted a terrifying aura and were very powerful. These sage artifacts and treasures were left behind from ancient times. They were already ownerless. However, the sage artifacts had their own spirit. They would choose to recognize an owner and would also refuse to be forcibly suppressed. Where do you think you are going? Zhen Qinchun activated the Mystic Divine Pagoda and used the 6 wheels blood-killing array to forcibly collect the sage artifacts and treasures. Behave yourself. Du Xiaoyao rushed out and waved her hand. Golden light burst out, and a terrifying aura suppressed the sage artifacts and restrained them. Kacha, kacha, a clear and crisp sound came out of little demon Du's mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Du Xiaoyao directly stuffed the sage artifacts into her mouth and chewed them like snacks. Her mouth was full of colorful light and energy waves. Anyone who looked at her would be dumbstruck. Du Xiaoyao, don't waste them. Keep them well. Du Xiaofu's heart was broken. That was an ancient sacred artifact that had been left behind since ancient times. It had been left behind by those ancient experts who had perished in the heavenly devil battlefield, but now it had been ruined by Du Xiaoyao. Awo! Within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower, the purple-gold heavenly watchtower seemed to have sensed the holy weapons dancing in the air. It roared and rumbled, wanting to drill out as well. But Du Xiaofu was suppressing the purple-gold heavenly palace, so he didn't dare to release it to cause trouble. These saint items were too valuable, and he couldn't bear to let the purple-gold heavenly palace destroy them. There are a lot of saint artifacts. Eating 2 of them isn't a big deal. Du Xiaoyao replied to Du Xiaofu. It was rare for her to have a saint weapon to eat. However, due to Du Xiaofu's heartache, Du Xiaoyao forced herself to stop eating. Instead, she chased after the sacred artifact to forcefully suppress it. Suppress. Du Xiaofu didn't stay idle either. Golden light erupted, and the golden wings on his back spread out. Wherever they passed, the scattered Qiankuan bags were collected, forcefully suppressing the sacred artifacts. Fuck! Not good, this is not good. It's over. How did that demon king get in? It's over. My sacred artifacts. Not good, something big has happened. Du Xiaofu and the others are picking up the sacred artifacts. Quickly break the formation. Quickly, if you don't break the formation, all the sacred artifacts will be picked up by that demon king. It's over, it's really over. All the treasures will be picked up by that demon king. All the creatures in the area were boiling. They were all dumbstruck, and their eyes were twitching fiercely. Looking at the 3 people picking up piles of sacred artifacts in the ancient battlefield, everyone felt their hearts ache. It was as if their flesh had been cut off. Piles of sacred artifacts and treasures, as well as the Qiankuan bags left behind by ancient experts. It was easy to imagine what was inside. All the creatures entered the heavenly devil battlefield for these treasures and opportunities. But now, they could only watch on helplessly as those saint artifacts and treasures were harvested by someone else. As for them, they could only watch on helplessly. That kind of feeling was almost enough to make them faint. How did they get in? That demon king is a bandit. Demon King Du Xiaofu is not a kind person. He will definitely not show mercy. It's over, it's all over. It's all his. Some creatures sighed sorrowfully, some hung their heads dejectedly, and some beat their chests and stomped their feet. With that demon king's reputation, how could there be fish that escaped the net wherever he went? And with that demon king's strength and fierce reputation, once those sacred artifacts and treasures fell into his hands, who would dare to snatch them? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, in the vast space covered by the sea of fire, hearty laughter resounded. Jalobatian laughed without hiding his laughter. Everyone in the desolate country was stunned. Looking at the three figures in the ancient battlefield, their eyes trembled. Then, they revealed undisguised joy and cheered. We're rich now. Ilao trembled with excitement. His gray-robed long sleeves clenched his fists, and his face was full of joy. Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others watched. They did not know why, but at this moment, they could not help but feel their blood boiling. After all, it had been so long. No matter what the reason was, they were already a part of the desolate country. At this moment, seeing the piles of ancient sacred artifacts and treasures being harvested by the desolate country, they could not help but feel excited. Take them all, don't leave a single one, quickly take them all. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others cheered excitedly. Du Xiaowang was also clapping her little hands. Her tender voice kept shouting at the ancient battlefield, Dad, Uncle Xiaoyao, Uncle Qinchun, you can do it. Du Tingxian looked at the ancient battlefield in the distance. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his eyes widened on his handsome face. Xiangu, Moon Saint, Feng Qi Saint, Huang Ling and the others were stunned. They could not recover from their shock. Not only did the three guys break through the ancient formation, but they also directly picked up the sacred artifacts and treasures that were coveted by all the experts in the world. Any one of the sacred artifacts and treasures was enough to tempt the likes of Moon Saint, Xiangu, and Feng Qi Saint. Not to mention the piles of sacred artifacts and treasures, as well as the Qiankuan bags left behind by the ancient experts. The piles of sacred artifacts and treasures were being harvested by the three guys. With the desolate country's group of sovereigns and the sacred artifacts and treasures left behind by the ancient experts, who could stop the desolate country from prospering, the desolate country was already filled with sovereigns. Not to mention existences like Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Xingxing, Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Ming Yao, and Lian Qingrong had all been pulled into the desolate country. It could be said that the desolate country was a nest of sovereigns right now. Coupled with the sacred artifacts and treasures from the ancient times, it was enough to reach a whole new level. In the other regions, legalism, dragons, famous clans, school of vertical and horizontal saints were trapped in the formation. They were powerless as well. They could only watch as Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qinchun harvested the piles of sacred artifacts and treasures. Their eyes were practically spitting fire. Chapter 2078. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only suppress their anger. It's over. There aren't many left. I can't stand it anymore. Bastard, leave some for us. In every corner of the formation, some of the creatures could no longer bear to watch. They could only watch helplessly as the piles of divine weapons and treasures were forcibly suppressed by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qinchun. Some people simply closed their eyes, unable to bear the shock. The piles of divine weapons and treasures were the greatest opportunity they had found in the heavenly devil battlefield. However, they did not even have the chance to fight for them as the Demon King had collected them all. They could only watch helplessly. Everyone knew that the treasures belonged to the fated ones. As long as they were in the hands of the Demon King, with the desolate country's current strength and the Demon King's ferocious strength, those divine weapons and treasures would no longer have anything to do with them. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qinchun were busy harvesting the divine weapons and treasures. They were also searching for the Qiankuan bags left behind by the ancient expert. They did not have the time to care about the feelings of the other creatures. Of course, with the personalities of Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qinchun, they would not care about other people's feelings. It was not difficult for them to obtain benefits, but the heavens would not tolerate it. The piles of ancient divine weapons shuttled back and forth with impressive power. Fortunately, they had not recognized an owner. Coupled with the current strength of Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao, it was not too difficult for them to forcibly suppress and harvest the divine weapons. Zhen Qingchuan's strength was naturally inferior to Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao. However, with the 6 wheels blood kill formation in his hands, he could also suppress the divine weapons. It was just that the speed of harvesting the divine weapons was somewhat slow. The battlefield inside was very vast. It was like a world of its own. The divine weapons shuttled back and forth. Rumble, suddenly, the entire ancient battlefield rumbled. The ground shook and the void trembled. It made one's heart jump. Du Xiaofu's figure paused for a moment. He looked up and saw that the lightning, flames, storm vortexes, snow, and other phenomena that had occupied the space around him were cracking. The runes were fading, causing the space to tremble. That was the ancient formation loosening, as if it was about to break apart. The formation seems to be about to break. Hurry up and withdraw. Du Xiaofu spoke. He didn't know the reason, but the ancient great formation was loosening at this moment and was about to break. When the time came, everyone would come in, so they had to speed up the harvesting of the sacred artifacts. Withdraw. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoyao's aura erupted. Golden light gushed out like a radiant sun and sped up the harvesting of the saint artifacts. With the talent of Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaofu, the treasures that they passed through would not be able to escape their prying and searching. Once everyone entered and the saint stage powerhouses joined in, they would no longer have such an excellent opportunity. Boom! The golden wings of the Great Ping flapped, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Ping race. Du Xiaofu did his best to speed up the harvesting of the sacred artifact. Rumble, within the various regions of the ancient Great Formation, the phenomena were changing. Runes flickered and trembled. Crack, crack, within the various spatial regions, the invisible spatial barriers distorted and faintly discernible spatial cracks appeared. This ancient Great Formation has been around for too long. It's damaged and ownerless. The Demon King and Du Xiaofu have broken a corner, which is equivalent to breaking a corner of the entire Great Formation. It's about to be completely broken. A talisman formation expert spoke. He had seen some clues. This ancient Great Formation was about to be completely broken. Is the Great Formation about to break? Hearing this, all the creatures became excited. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Du Xiaoyao were harvesting the sacred artifacts. Once the Great Formation was about to break, at least a few would be left for them. Rumble, the Great Formation continued to emit rumbling sounds that shook people's souls, making them crazily excited. The sea of flames, astral winds, lightning, thunder, and other phenomena slowly disappeared. Whoosh, finally, the Great Formation was completely broken, turning into resplendent runes that filled the sky. They exploded in the void like fireworks, and a sonorous sound like the sound of heavenly music could be heard. Rumble! The entire ancient battlefield was trembling endlessly, shocking the world. Quick, harvest the sacred artifacts! Everyone cried out in alarm. As the Great Formation was broken, they immediately rushed inside. All the creatures went crazy. This figure rushed out, his aura erupting as he rushed inside together. The ancient battlefield was vast like a world. It was very big and vast. When the Great Formation was completely broken, the last sacred artifact spear that could be seen was suffused with resplendent light. It was as if it had turned into a cluster of lightning and exploded towards Du Xiaofu. Collect. However, this last sacred artifact was also distorted by Du Xiaofu's claw. It was as if a golden-winged Great Ping bird had swayed out and imprisoned it in his hand, and it was stored in his bag. Rumble, all of a sudden, a majestic aura approached Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun, distorting the space around them, causing their hearts to tremble and their primordial spirits to quiver. This aura made Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaofu's hearts tremble. Swish, swish, almost at the same time, 4 figures landed beside Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun like bolts of lightning. Accompanied by an invisible force, They blocked out the vast aura from before, allowing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun to immediately relieve the pressure. The newcomers were Jialo Batian, Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and Phoenix Blaze Saint. They immediately appeared beside Du Xiaofu and the others. A vast aura surged in the distance. Many figures appeared there, shining with dazzling light. They were the saints from the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the famous clans. These people stared at Jialo Batian, Moon Saint, and the others who had appeared beside Du Xiaofu immediately. Their eyes twitched, and killing intent flickered in their eyes. However, they seemed to have some misgivings, so they resisted the urge to attack. Xiaojing. Du Tingxian rushed over and stood in the air. He stared at the space before him, where a woman stood beside Qin Yunlong, the founder of the school of legalism. Her ethereal eyes sparkled like stars on her delicate face. She was Du Xiaojing. Her azure robes fluttered, and her jet-black hair swayed gently. She was as otherworldly as an immortal. Du Xiaojing looked at Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. Ripples flashed through her eyes without leaving a trace. Xiaojing, you are a disciple of legalism. You must remember this, Qin Yunlong said as he stared at Du Xiaojing. I'll remember this. Du Xiaojing retracted her gaze and stood quietly behind Qin Yunlong. Su Sanyan, Shiyu, and the other saints looked at Du Xiaojing with complicated feelings. However, they did not say anything. In the end, they did not choose to attack Du Xiaofu. There's nothing left. Not a single one. There really isn't a single one left. They've all been taken away. In the vast ancient battlefield, many voices were heard everywhere. They wanted to search for sacred implements and treasures, as well as to find if there were any pouches of cosmos that had slipped through the net. Chapter 2079. But the result disappointed everyone. Not a single one was left. Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun had taken all of them. Some experts had observed that there were at least 50 or 60 saint-level treasures, and there were also quite a number of cosmos bagged. But now, all of them had fallen into the hands of Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaoyao. Swoosh, swoosh in an instant, many people's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, and Zhen Qingchun. Their eyes were red. It's good that Xiaojing is fine. Du Xiaofu didn't care about the gazes around him. His feet touched the ground, and he rushed to Du Tingxuan's side, looking at the beautiful figure from afar. It's good that you're fine. Du Tingxian nodded. His expression hid guilt and self-blame. Devil religion, far away in the void, very far away, there was billowing demonic aura. The evil aura affected the void. There were many figures there, emitting a terrifying aura. Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures from afar. It seems that things are quite strange. Looking around, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Judging from the current lineup, there was no doubt that the demonic cult was an extremely terrifying force at the moment. There were several demon emperors, and the most powerful among them was so powerful that even the Moon Saint was no match for them. The legalism dragons and several other saint-level experts. Although there weren't many of them, they were even more difficult to deal with. They wouldn't have too many scruples. Du Xiaofu was deep in thought. The devil religion and the legalism dragons wouldn't let him go. Fortunately, he had his grandfather Jialo Batian, Xian Gu, Moon Saint, and other experts with him. They all had their own scruples. In addition, there were also Taoist, School of Agriculture, School of Confucianism, School of Moism, School of Buddhism, and other Sage Realm experts, as well as rogue cultivators. Demon King Du Xiaofu, everyone who sees the treasures should have a share. So many of us have entered the eternal tomb, and many of us have died. We were almost killed as well, but we can't reap all the benefits alone. Suddenly, such a sentence came out from the crowd and spread through the void. When these words were spoken, many gazes immediately followed the voice and landed on a black-clothed old man in the crowd. It was a black-clothed, white-haired old man. His forehead was extremely high, and his cheekbones were deeply set. He gave off a gloomy and fierce feeling. Domain Lord Netherruler, this old man is still alive. Someone in the crowd spoke, recognizing the old man who spoke. He seemed to be quite famous. That's right. Everyone who sees a saint artifact should have a share. You can't keep it all to yourself. Everyone should have a share. You should at least take out some saint artifacts and treasures to share with everyone. There are so many of us here, and many of our friends and family have been robbed along the way. We cannot let the desolate country monopolize the treasures. As the Domain Lord Netherruler's voice trailed off, people gradually agreed with him in whispers. It didn't take long for many people to gather together. There were many rogue cultivators and even many small and medium-sized forces. They had watched so many saint artifacts and treasures fall into the hands of the desolate country. They didn't want to return empty-handed. They hoped to gain something. However, at this moment, those major forces didn't participate. The dragons of legalism and other saint realm experts watched from afar. The people of the devil religion were entrenched in the distant sky, sizing up the front and ignoring the commotion. The Domain Lord Netherruler watched as more and more people around him supported him. There were even many people who were leaning towards him. There was a trace of a smile in his eyes. Everything was as he expected. The Demon King Du Xiaofu had obtained all the saint artifacts and treasures, which was enough to infuriate everyone. Although those major forces were still watching, as long as there was an opportunity, they wouldn't let it go. If he stirred up trouble, he would be able to fish in troubled waters. The Demon King Du Xiaofu would definitely be in a lot of trouble. Could it be that the Demon King still dared to provoke the crowd at this time? Demon King Du Xiaofu, it's not nice of you to monopolize the saint artifacts and treasures. In the heavenly devil battlefield, all of us have paid a price, but in the end, all the treasures fell into your hands. Are you trying to ignore us all? The Domain Lord Netherruler spoke again. With so many people supporting him, what could the Demon King Du Xiaofu do to him? He probably wouldn't dare to provoke everyone. Although it was disadvantageous for him to offend the Demon King and the desolate country, if he could get a saint artifact or something, it would be worth it. Boom! Suddenly, before Nether Rider Territorial Lord could finish his sentence, an extremely vigorous and fierce aura spread out in all directions. 18 figures stood upright as they pounced out. The formless and fierce aura froze the void. It was as if 18 peerless weapons had been born. The 18 figures shot out like 18 streaks of golden light. Their terrifying killing intent and baleful aura caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Kill! The black-robed youth in the lead was surging with killing intent. Under his scattered bangs, his eyes were piercingly cold and sharp. He rushed toward the crowd that was shouting the most actively. The sword in his hand swept out with unparalleled killing intent. Kill! A long spear pierced the void. A beast-like youth waved his spear and shattered the space where the spear passed. These were the 18 celestial guards. They were the 18 weapons of the World Society. They were known as the 18 weapons of the World Society. When someone provoked the desolate country and the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the 18 celestial guards didn't need to take orders and directly attack. Rumble, in an instant, the sky was filled with runes and killing intent. Someone's body exploded and blood splattered. The muffled sound of energy mixed with screams was heard. There were endless screams and wails. How many of these motley crew could be a match for the 18 celestial guards? Let me do it. I'll take care of these annoying guys. A tender voice was heard. A small figure rushed out and appeared in the chaotic battlefield. It was a little girl with green eyes. She looked at the chaotic battlefield with excitement. Not only was she not afraid to retreat, but she was also looking forward to it. Du Xiaowang, come back here! Zishuan shouted. The little girl who rushed out carelessly was none other than Du Xiaowang. Godmother, don't worry. Those guys can't do anything to Du Xiaowang. Little Xingxing curled her lips. She looked calm and had absolute confidence. Boom! At the same time, in the front of the battlefield, as Du Xiaowang's tender voice fell, a ray of light shot out from her palm. In the palm of her hand, there was a 7-colored light in the green light. In the last moment it turned into a huge mountain in the void. It was filled with alternating colors of white and black. There was a 7-colored light that fluctuated with runes. This mountain was very strange. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, there were countless caves like a beehive. Chapter 2080. In fact, this mountain peak was more like an ant's nest. It was fluctuating with rich energy of heaven and earth, accompanied by a blazing and terrifying aura that spread across the sky. There was also the aura of a supreme beast of the Phoenix clan spreading out. When he saw that strange mountain peak, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Du Xiaofu did not stop Du Xiaowang at this time. Although he was vigilant, his eyes were also filled with anticipation. Woo! Suddenly, when that strange mountain peak appeared in the void, there was a strange sound wave that came out. The sound was not loud, but it could spread through the void, making people's souls uncomfortable. Hearing that strange sound, Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianxiao, Thunder Hawk King, Miameng King and the others' faces changed. That sound was too familiar to them. Woo! There was an earth-shattering light that rushed out from that strange mountain peak. In an instant, the void was filled with that strange woo sound. The light spread out, and densely packed strange creatures rushed out like locusts. In the blink of an eye, the entire void was filled with those strange objects that covered the sky and earth. They flickered with black and white light and emitted sounds that made one's heart tremble. They were also accompanied by blazing flames that carried 5 colors. Those strange creatures covered the sky, and when they gathered together, there were more than tens of thousands of them. They interweaved together, and could directly seal the void. They were only the size of a little fingernail, and their bodies were black and white. They were like ants, revealing sharp fangs. Their legs were small and sharp, and they had 4 wings. These strange and ferocious creatures had small wings, but they could cut through the void. What was even more strange was that their wings were filled with 5-colored flames. That kind of aura seemed to be the same as the supreme beast of the Phoenix clan. What is that? It's so scary. Terrifying. A woman screamed, and her face turned pale with fright. Woo! The strange creatures that covered the sky and earth flapped their wings, and the sharp screeches from their mouths converged into that strange woo sound. Their sharp fangs were like needles, shining with cold light. When they flapped their wings, 5-colored flames spread out, and it was more like a sea of fire was gathering and forming. The terrifying aura made people's hearts tremble, and their hair stand on end. Those strange creatures surrounded Du Xiaowang at this moment, but they were submitting and revering her. Deal with them. Du Xiaowang opened her mouth, her blue eyes glowing brightly, her childish voice carrying a kind of fierceness. Woo! As Du Xiaowang's voice faded, the strange creatures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth immediately pounced forward like locusts. Their terrifying auras set off spatial waves. Many of the most powerful auras were almost at the domain realm. Divine Soul-Devouring Ant. That's the legendary Divine Soul-Devouring Ant. The Divine Soul-Devouring Ants that appeared in the Divine Domain are the Divine Soul-Devouring Ants. The Divine Soul-Devouring Ants in the Divine Domain are different. These Divine Soul-Devouring Ants are much more terrifying. Someone finally recognized that these terrifying creatures were soul-devouring divine ants. When news of the soul-devouring divine ants spread, many creatures' expressions changed. That was definitely an incomparably terrifying creature. Especially those who had been to the space of the divine domain, they knew that even the successor of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, was chased all over the world by the divine soul-devouring ants. It was enough to show how terrifying the divine soul-devouring ants were. Woo! In an instant, a large area of the void was submerged into a sea of divine soul-devouring ants. It was as if a sea of fire was sweeping across. The strange hissing sound was ear-piercing and made people's hearts tremble. These divine soul-devouring ants were not afraid of death. They opened their ferocious mouths and tore at the void with their sharp fangs. They besieged the group led by the Nether Rider Territorial Lord, Yi Piaoling, Qinguyu, and the rest of the 18 Celestial Guards, who were in the midst of a massacre, had no choice but to retreat. They did not dare to be affected by the divine soul-devouring ant. The group of people surrounding the Nether Rider Territorial Lord was already terrified when Yi Piaoling, Qinguyu, and the others attacked them directly. They did not expect the people of the desolate country to attack them directly. Oh no, these are divine soul-devouring ants! Facing the divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky and earth, these people trembled in fear and their pupils contracted. Bang bang! Some people attacked with all their might, activating their celestial artifacts, secret techniques, and meridians. They blasted the space apart, and a large area of talisman runes flooded the void. Woo-woo, however, a strange scene occurred. These obstructions only sent some of the weaker divine soul-devouring ants flying. However, the divine soul-devourer ant, whose cultivation had reached the domain level, rapidly flew out from the shattered void. It was able to devour the mysterious runes of the talismans. In an instant, it appeared in front of the crowd and burrowed into the bodies of many people. The densely packed divine soul-devouring ants covered the crowd. Some experts even turned into skeletons in an instant. Their primordial spirits were also devoured by the divine soul-devouring ant. The divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky and earth swept out. Those who were shouting at the people of the desolate country screamed one after another. They could not stop them at all. They did not even have the strength to escape. At this moment, the motley crew finally realized what a foolish choice they had made. What a terrifying divine soul-devouring ants! Many people were amazed. It was hard to imagine how such a small divine soul-devouring ant could contain such a terrifying power. These divine soul-devouring ants were not afraid of death. They were terrifyingly powerful. They seem to have changed. They are stronger, Du Xiaofu murmured. These divine soul-devouring ants had changed a lot compared to before. They had an additional 5-colored flame and contained the supreme power of the Phoenix clan. There was no doubt that they had also transformed. They were much stronger than before. Du Xiaofu knew the divine soul-devouring ants very well. These divine soul-devouring ants were not only difficult to deal with and tough, but they were also large in number. They were not afraid of death and were loyal to the Ant King. They only obeyed the Ant King's orders. No one dared to provoke them. The sudden change happened too quickly. The Territorial Lord's face was extremely ugly. He seemed to have not recovered from the shock. Everything was beyond his expectations. The Demon King had not spoken yet, but the 18 Celestial Guards had already attacked him. Now, these terrifying divine soul-devouring ants had appeared. The screams around made the Territorial Lord tremble even more. Uneasiness and fear surged from the depths of his primordial spirit. Demon King Du Xiaofu, are you looking down on everyone? Do you want to be the enemy of the world? Bang! Territorial Lord Yuming struck out with a palm print that blasted toward the domain realm divine soul-devouring ant that was charging toward him. The Territorial Lord's strength was extraordinary. He dared to take advantage of the situation and provoke the crowd because of his extraordinary strength. His cultivation base was close to the peak of the Overlord domain realm. In the entire world, he was an absolute expert. Chapter 2081. Boom! The Territorial Lord's palm strike pushed back the soul-devouring divine ant. A large area of space was shattered, and a powerful beast shadow rushed out from it. Old thing, you're the most annoying. Du Xiaowang stared at the Territorial Lord. Her small body burst out with bright light in an instant. Green light filled the sky, and a terrifying pressure spread out. She turned into the soul-devouring divine ant. This soul-devouring divine ant was only the size of an infant. Its 8 wings were connected together, and they were as thin as a cicada's wings. When it flapped its wings slightly, its wings were enveloped by 7-colored divine flames. It emitted a 7-colored brilliance from the inside out. A strand of golden light flickered through, releasing the supreme beast pressure of the Phoenix clan. It was also accompanied by the domineering pressure of the golden-winged Pung clan. Although this 7-colored flame looked weak, it was not comparable to the 5-colored flame of the ordinary Phoenix clan. Only Huang Ling who had the ancestral blood, could be compared to it. Boom! When such a soul-devouring divine ant appeared, the entire void trembled. Under the terrifying pressure, many creatures trembled, and many beasts prostrated themselves. The divine ant flapped its wings and swooped down with the 7-colored divine flames around its body. Its momentum was shocking. With a flap of his 8 wings, the divine ant appeared in the sky. The supreme might engulfed the vast sky and the vast blue dome of heaven. A beam of light was pointed directly at venerable Nethercrusher. Symbols and 7-colored flames blossomed in an instant. The blazing aura and supreme might were extremely heavy, shocking the world. Gee! The divine ant screeched like a phoenix. The brilliant beam of light was peerless and powerful, shattering everything. This was the power of Du Xiaohuang's supreme ant phoenix, along with the power of the golden-winged rock clan, the Phoenix clan, and the soul-devouring divine ant itself. Du Xiaohuang had undergone a nirvana transformation, turning from a cocoon into a butterfly. At this moment, its wings shook the world, causing the world to boil and shake the world. Supreme Ant Phoenix. In the distant void, when such words came out from the mouths of many Saint Realm experts, the world was completely shaken. The Supreme Ant Phoenix was a legendary existence. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a Supreme Ant Phoenix that could fight side by side with the ancestral Phoenix. How powerful was that? It left behind endless legends and peerless demeanor in ancient times. And now, another Supreme Ant Phoenix had been born. When the Supreme Being Ant Phoenix appeared, its 8 wings spread out in unison. It possessed the might of 3 Supreme Being Beast clans, making it incomparable. Divine Soul-Devouring Ant. This is the Supreme Ant Phoenix. Yu Ming Territorial Lord was horrified. His eyes twitched violently as the terrifying pressure made his divine soul tremble. How could he have imagined that the seemingly harmless little girl was actually the legendary Ant Phoenix, a terrifying existence in the legends? However, he was close to the peak of the Overlord realm. The Nethermaster Territorial Lord was no weakling either. He had cultivated to this point and left a fearsome reputation in Kyushu. He definitely didn't rely on luck alone. Boom! The Underworld Domain Lord made his move. His methods were not ordinary. He had obtained the inheritance of an ancient sect and had a secret technique that turned into runes that filled the sky. They condensed into a halo of light that protected his body like a shield to resist the Supreme Ant Phoenix's attack. The collision was very intense, and the energy rushed in all directions. Roar Yu Ming Territorial Lord was rich in battle experience and his attacks were vicious. He took advantage of the momentum to soar into the sky. As he condensed a handprint in his hand, a long saber suddenly appeared, releasing an extraordinary power. Mysterious runes erupted. It was a treasure close to the level of a divine artifact. He slashed at Du Xiaohuang's body with the saber. Screech! The Supreme Ant Phoenix flapped its wings and let out a phoenix cry. The 7-colored divine fire on its body burned even more fiercely. It flapped its wings and blocked the saber. The saber light and the fire's shadow were shocking, and the surrounding void shattered inch by inch. Yu Ming Territorial Lord was shocked. He didn't expect the Supreme Ant Phoenix to be stronger than he had imagined. His saber was blocked, and only a few marks were left on its 8 wings. Then, the former's marks were restored in the 7-colored flames and were intact. Such a physical body was too terrifying. It was terrifying. Du Xiaohuang's true form, the Supreme Ant Phoenix, was slightly shaken. The dazzling light on her body flowed with golden light and 7-colored flames. Her eyes turned into 7 colors. She flapped her wings and pounced at the Nethermaster Territorial Lord again, trying to kill him. Boom! Yu Ming Territorial Lord had nowhere to retreat and was unable to escape. He gave it his all. His aura, which was close to the peak of the master domain, burst out without reservation. Mysterious martial veins surged on his body, and many beast shadows appeared in front and behind him. These beast shadows were the size of small mountains. They filled the void and swept toward Du Xiaowang's true form like a beast tide. Owu, the phantoms roared like living creatures. They spat out mysterious runes, ferocious and ferocious. They wanted to crush Du Xiaowang's small true form in the void. This terrifying power made many people gasp for Du Xiaowang. The Supreme Ant Phoenix was terrifying, but Du Xiaowang was still too young and hadn't matured. Little Star watched from afar, but he wasn't worried at all. However, the eyes of Feng Qi Saint, Feng Fenshin, Huang Ling or Feng Han, and the other powerhouses of the Phoenix clan fluctuated. They seemed to be waiting for something. All of a sudden, Du Xiaowang's small true form didn't retreat at all. Instead, she advanced. A violent and blazing aura erupted from her body. It shook the clouds and soared into the sky. In the next moment, 7-colored flames surged from Du Xiaowang's body. Boom! 8 wings flapped and the entire void shook. The 7-colored flames condensed into a 1,000-meter-long phantom of a phoenix. It spread its wings and covered the sky. It made people feel small and shocked. A terrifying pressure emanated from the gigantic phantom of the phoenix, causing all beasts to tremble in fear. That's Du Xiaofu's gaze was trembling. At this moment, he was also shocked by the 7-colored flame that Du Xiaowang had activated. The 7-colored flame was a little different from the 7-colored flame on Huang Ling Er's body, but its power seemed to be on par. It seemed to be even stronger than the Phoenix bathing fire that Feng Han had activated when they fought. This is the Nirvana Flame. It's a divine ability that Du Xiaowang obtained after transforming in the Nirvana Divine Pool. It's even better than the Phoenix bathing fire. Zi Xian's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears, telling him the origin of the flames on Du Xiaowang's body. The Nirvana Flame is even better than the Phoenix bathing fire. Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled. The Phoenix bathing fire was already terrifying. Rumor had it that those who could cultivate the Phoenix bathing fire were all incomparably powerful. They were said to be able to burn everything, including all living beings. Du Xiaowang's Nirvana Flame was even better. If it reached the limit, how terrifying would it be? This is my clan's Nirvana Flame. When Du Xiaowang used the Nirvana Flame, the experts of the Phoenix clan all trembled and their eyes trembled. Feng Han, Huang Ling or Huang Wu, and the others also had waves in their eyes. Chapter 2082. Nirvana Flame, Phoenix Dances in the 9 Heavens. It took a long time to describe, but the fight was as fast as lightning. Du Xiaowang's childish voice was full of pressure. Coo! The cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. 7-colored flames surged from the enormous figure of the phoenix. Many living beings, especially the beasts, were unable to withstand the supreme pressure and reverted to their true forms, roaring and hissing. The image of the phoenix whizzed out along with the flames of nirvana, and it seemed as if the world was about to be covered. The terrifying power and heat burned the surrounding void, turning it into a dark vacuum. The deep dark light made one's hair stand on end. Whoosh! The enormous phoenix phantom that blotted out the sky flapped its wings, and it carried along the flames of rebirth that covered the heavens and the earth as it surged like a torrent. The terrifying heat was enough to burn all living things. It destroyed many of the beasts summoned by Nether Rider Territorial Lord and burned them into smoke in the sea of 7-colored flames. This kind of attack was too shocking. The terrifying flames swept toward Nether Rider Territorial Lord. Nether Rider Territorial Lord's face was pale and his eyes were full of shock. The terrifying heat made his primordial spirit feel like it was on fire. Boom! The last breath of the Domain Lord was surging out. His hair stood on end and emitted a dazzling light. The mysterious runes of the talisman condensed into an ancient armor around his body. The aura was very ancient, but it emitted a dazzling light. Only some places were dimmed. It was a protective treasure obtained by Nether Drive Territorial Lord from the ancient sect. Although some parts of it were damaged, many cultivators at the same level as him had died in his hands over the years because of this protective armor. The phoenix shadow shrouded Du Xiaowang's true form. The supreme Ant Queen came out from it. At this moment, Du Xiaowang's true form shone brightly. The golden seven-colored flames and the green light intertwined with each other. The pair of tentacles in front of her shook slightly as if they were clenched into fists. When the fists were formed, a bright green light accompanied by a golden brilliance gushed out. The green and golden brilliance were like two rising suns in the sky, showing a terrifying ultimacy. Rumble, the aura of a supreme being suddenly descended, like the sound of the heavens ceaselessly. Above the void behind Du Xiaowang, 8 divine rings suddenly appeared in the sky. A supreme being was born. The 8 divine rings circled around his fists and resonated with his fists, shooting out thousands of fists. The power of the supreme Ant Phoenix. Du Xiaowang let out a thunderous roar. Her divine halo surged and shone brightly. Her fists shot out like the rising sun, aiming at the territorial lord of Nether Drive territory and punching him in the chest. The Nether Rider territorial lord was trembling, and the ancient armor on his body was glowing. Mysterious runes protected his body, and a mysterious power blended together to form a sturdy fortress. However, the fist of Du Xiaowang, the supreme Ant Phoenix, resonated with the 8 divine rings and released an astonishing ultimacy. Vaguely, the domineering aura of the golden-winged giant rocks and the power of the true phoenix swept out. After a short pause, it directly corroded and shattered the ancient armor of the Netherworld territorial lord. Chi La. Under this pair of tiny fists, the ancient armor on the Nether Rider territorial lord's body was shattered. Instantly, the broken flesh on his back burst out, revealing a bloody hole. The pitiful Nether Rider territorial lord's eyes were filled with terror as he felt the aura of death clearly and strongly. Bang bang bang! The Netherworld territorial lord's body and primordial spirit were corroded and destroyed by the impact. He could not resist the terrible power, and finally, his body completely shattered in the void. The Netherworld territorial lord was dead, and his spirit was destroyed. There was no reason for the silence, and countless people were in a daze. Huff huff, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The birth of such a supreme Ant Phoenix shocked the world. What a terrifying supreme Ant Phoenix! Among the major forces, the experts were shocked. Such a supreme Ant Phoenix had endless potential. It's that little guy. She has transformed. She didn't disappoint the Ant Emperor. Beside Purple Lotus Fairy, Hong Yu spoke. Her long purple hair looked hazy and dreamy, shrouded in light. You know the origin of the supreme Ant Phoenix? Purple Lotus Fairy looked back, and her red lips parted slightly. Her voice was soft, and Qinyu heard it. No, I'm not sure. I've only heard of it. Hong Yu immediately shook her head, and there was an evasive look in her eyes. Oh, this supreme Ant Phoenix is extraordinary. She's still young, but her potential is endless. Purple Lotus Fairy smiled slightly, as if she did not see the evasive look in Hong Yu's eyes. She's not at the reincarnation Nirvana realm, but she killed someone at the peak of the main region realm. The supreme Ant Phoenix is worthy of her reputation, Xiangu said. He could not help but be shocked by such a supreme Ant Phoenix. The little girl seems to have the aura of the golden-winged rock clan on her. Jialo Baishan's golden eyes were also filled with shock. He had sharp eyes. Du Xiaowang's talent and combat strength were not inferior to Jialo Juiyu, who had the true bone. Her potential was also not inferior to Jialo Juiyu's. When Du Xiaowang was suffering from a disease, I used the grass of immortality, and my own blood to maintain her vitality. I did not expect that she would have the aura of the golden-winged rock clan. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's originally solemn face. He told Jalobatian the reason why Du Xiaowang had the aura of the golden-winged rock clan. At this moment Du Xiaofu was also very shocked. The supreme ant phoenix was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was much stronger than he had imagined. Du Xiaowang's transformation into a supreme ant phoenix had 8 divine rings in the sky. This level of nirvana was only a hair's breadth away from the nirvana of a grand supreme. Especially the flames of nirvana and the power of the supreme ant phoenix. Their might was shocking. No wonder, no wonder. Ha 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 ha, this little girl and my golden-winged rock clan are really fated. Jalobatian laughed loudly. Such a supreme ant phoenix was definitely related to the golden-winged rock clan. In terms of seniority, Du Xiaofu was his great-grandson. There was no doubt that the golden-winged rock clan had filled another terrifying junior supreme. Hearing Jalobatian's words, Saint Fengqi felt somewhat sullen. Logically speaking, the supreme ant phoenix should have been the closest to the phoenix clan. But now, it seemed that Du Xiaowang had become a member of the golden-winged rock clan. However, Saint Fengqi also understood that with little Xingxing and Du Xiaowang's relationship with Du Xiaofu, they were probably the closest to the barren nation. 8 divine rings of fire, the transformation of life and death, nirvana of life and death. The power of the supreme ant phoenix is rumored to be able to destroy the world. Its future is limitless, Moon Saint whispered. Whoa! The soul-eating divine ants all over the sky hissed. The sound was terrifying to the soul. The creatures that had gathered around the Netherworld Domain Lord were all killed. The motley crew could not escape the encirclement of the soul-eating divine ant. Their souls were destroyed amidst their screams. Chapter 2083. This scene made the 18 celestial generals, who were filled with killing intent, look at each other and click their tongues in shock. Lian Qingrong, Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Jialo Juiyu, Dongli Ruoshu, and the other extraordinary supremes were all agitated at this moment. Let's see who dares to make a fuss. I won't be polite to you. The supreme being Ant Phoenix hovered in the sky, surrounded by 7-colored divine flames. Her eyes were sharp as she looked around. The creatures and small forces that originally wanted to fish in troubled waters had long retreated far away. They were as silent as cicadas in winter. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not dare to speak. Woo-woo! The sky full of soul-devouring divine ants hissed, and returned to the mountain like a tide. Finally, they turned into a ray of light and returned to the body of the supreme being Ant Phoenix. Du Xiaowang withdrew her body and turned back into the harmless little girl. The corners of her eyes were big as she scanned the surrounding void. Then, she happily returned to Du Xiaofu's side. Her little mouth was raised, revealing a sense of arrogance and pride. She said, "Father, I killed that annoying old man. Be careful next time. Don't be disobedient." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Although the little girl was related to the Phoenix clan and ordinary people did not dare to touch her, he had many enemies. There were also existences that did not fear the Phoenix clan. He could not let anything happen to the little girl. However, at this moment Du Xiaofu was secretly gratified. He did not disappoint the ancient Ant Emperor. The little girl successfully transformed and became a butterfly. She shocked the world. "I've gained something this time. Let's see if these weapons are suitable for me," Du Xiaofu said. As he secretly formed hand seals, rays of light shot out from his body with the sound of wind and thunder. Rays of light flew in front of Huang Ling Huang Wu, Feng Han, Chu Feng, Qi Jiejun, Zhou Wenan, and the other 2 extraordinary disciples of the Yinyang school. Rays of light filled the air, and an ancient pressure filled the air. There were a total of 8 ancient sacred weapons and a few Qiankuan bags. This is Feng Han, Chu Feng, Huang Wu, Zhou Wenan, and the others were stunned. Those were primordial sacred artifacts. Next, looks of joy appeared on their faces. Fearing that Du Xiaofu would go back on his word, they quickly collected the sacred artifacts and cosmos pouches. Qi Yeshi smiled. She didn't mind that she didn't get the saint weapon. She naturally understood Du Xiaofu's intentions. The Moon Saint and the Phoenix Blaze Saint both looked slightly surprised. The entire Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang definitely didn't have many holy artifacts. And right now, Du Xiaofu was being extremely generous. Giving Huang Linger Qi Yishi and the other holy items was no different from giving them to the Phoenixes and the Yinyang school. Although the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang did not contribute to breaking the formation and even relied on the Demon King to break the formation, the Demon King did not take all the benefits for himself. Moon Saint and Phoenix Blaze Saint smiled. It was enough for the Phoenix clan and the school of Yinyang to get such a great bargain. The other forces didn't get anything. My grandson isn't stingy. You two have to take care of him in the future. Jalobatian looked at Moon Saint and Phoenix Blaze Saint with a serious expression. Moon Saint and Phoenix Blaze Saint couldn't help but glare at Jalobatian helplessly. The pile of sacred artifacts and treasures just now had all been taken by Du Xiaofu and the other two. If they were to really talk about it, the Barren Nations Foundation on the surface was definitely not below the 9 great clans. Although Du Xiaofu didn't give it to the golden-winged great rocks, with Du Xiaofu's relationship with the golden-winged great rocks, he would definitely receive more than the Yinyang school and the Phoenixes. We have to thank the Barren Nation for breaking the formation this time. An old and drawn-out voice rang out. Figures descended from all directions. There were quite a few of them, and their auras were surging. Du Xiaofu looked up. It was the school of Moism, the school of Confucianism, the school of agriculture, and the school of Taoism. There were quite a lot of people and many experts. In addition to the familiar Mo Runan, Kong Sansi, Zhou Xiaoluo, Su Yangzi, and the others, there were also some experts of the older generation, such as the great ancestor Tian Bei Qin of the school of Taoism and the great ancestor Meng Wan of the school of Confucianism. They were all powerful existences below the Saint Plane. The leaders of the school of Confucianism, the school of Taoism, and the school of agriculture were the 4 saints. Greetings, Grand Shaman. The disciples of the school of Confucianism came forward, including Kong Yuqi and the others, and bowed respectfully to Du Xiaofu. When the school of Confucianism had been in seclusion to comprehend, Du Xiaofu had passed through the Heaven's Path at Wu Peak, and thus received the title of Grand Shaman of the school of Confucianism. The Grand Shaman did not interfere in the affairs of the school of Confucianism, but his status was equal to that of the High Lord. This guy is the Grand Shaman of the school of Confucianism. Moon Saint, Xiangu, and many others were surprised. They knew what the Grand Shaman of the school of Confucianism represented. No wonder this guy has the power of the sorcerer god of the school of Confucianism. Huang Ling, Qi Yeshi, and the others, who had been puzzled, finally understood at this moment. No wonder Du Xiaofu had the power of the sorcerer god of the school of Confucianism. It turned out that this guy had always been the Grand Shaman of the school of Confucianism. No need for formalities. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. It was his chance to comprehend the sorcerer god's scripture through the Sorcerer Peak's path. He had to thank the school of Confucianism for helping him. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged Saint Plain Confucian in front of the school of Confucianism. He wore elegant Confucian robes and had an extraordinary temperament. He was secretly surprised. Du Xiaofu had seen the martial Saint Meng Jiyuan in the school of Confucianism back then. His aura was even more powerful than the Saint Plain experts of the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. But at this moment, he did not come. The school of Confucianism has more than one Saint Plain expert? Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. But Du Xiaofu did not think too much about it. Bright light gushed out in front of him again, filled with an ancient aura. Du Xiaofu summoned 8 ancient sacred artifacts and rushed to Zhou Xiaoluo, Jiang Yunfeng, Mo Runan, Mo Junyu, Kong Sansi, Kong Yuqi, Su Yangzi, and Su Lingzi, handing them to the 8 of them in front of everyone. The 4 Saint Plain experts of the school of agriculture, Confucianism, Taoism, and Moism all understood in their hearts. They smiled, proving that their choice back then was right. Moon Saint, Xian Gu, and Phoenix Blaze Saint saw this with smiles on their faces, but their hearts were secretly stirred. Who said that the demon king Du Xiaofu was only ferocious and powerful? This guy was clearly trying to rope in the various clans. Today, he was so generous, and there were more than a dozen ancient sacred artifacts. If it was someone else, they would probably be reluctant to do so. Even they would be reluctant to do so. Has this kid changed his nature? In the school of Moism's lineup, Sima Taxing, Elder Gu Qingyang, and many others were secretly surprised. They knew Du Xiaofu's character best in their hearts. He was a pain in the ass. He had always been the one taking advantage of others. When had he ever been so generous? In fact, Du Xiaofu was also reluctant to do so. But over the years, Du Xiaofu had received a lot of help from the school of Confucianism, Taoism, school of agriculture, school of Yinyang, and the others. Secondly, the school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the others had united together. This made Du Xiaofu understand that although his own strength was true strength, sometimes he absolutely needed the support of allies. Chapter 2084. Confucianism, Taoism, and others were undoubtedly the best choices for allies. Du Xiaofu felt the pinch after taking out more than a dozen ancient sacred artifacts. However, under such circumstances, how could Du Xiaofu not understand in his heart that it was absolutely unwise to take it all for himself? Even if he was not afraid of others, it was hard to guarantee that he would not be targeted. If he took out some now, it would not only be a big favor, but it was also likely that others would not dare to think about it. Du Xiaofu did not forget about himself. Although he had taken out almost all the sacred artifacts he had obtained, he felt that the strongest ancient sacred artifacts and the Qiankuan bag, which he had gained the most from, were all kept in his hands. There were also Du Xiaoyao and Zhen Qingchuan's gains that had not been touched. This was definitely the most abundant. Greetings, Master, Grandmaster, Senior Brother. Then, Du Xiaofu saluted his Master Gu Qingyang, Grand Master Golden Rock Realm Ruler, and Senior Brother Sima Taxing. Gu Qingyang, Golden Rock Domain Master, and the others smiled. Even in front of several Saint Realm experts, they felt that they could raise their heads. Especially Gu Qingyang, who had the demeanor of an immortal, but when he smiled, he revealed 2 front teeth. Who in the world did not know the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? He was Gu Qingyang's disciple. How glorious was that! Du Xiaofu had never been stingy with his master. Logically speaking, he should have given his master some good things since he had gained a lot this time. However, Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry to give it to him. After all, there was no time to make the sacred artifacts recognize him as their master. Moreover, it would make his master a target for others. Boom! Suddenly, there was a tremor in the void ahead. Demonic chi rushed into the sky, alarming everyone. People from the devil religion have entered. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him, which was the depths of the ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was too big. The place where they had just harvested the ancient sacred artifacts and treasures was at most in the outer region. With the talent of the Redbone Horse Monkey Meridian Soul, Du Xiaofu had only come into contact with places with treasures. In the depths of the ancient battlefield, there was no life at all. The surroundings were hazy and dark. Du Xiaofu had been in a hurry to harvest the treasures because he was afraid that others would come in, so he didn't take a closer look. Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky as the demonic chi soared into the sky. His eyes narrowed as he carefully examined the area in front of him. The ancient battlefield that he was in was vast and boundless. The place that he had just passed was merely the border. In front of him, there was an ancient tree with cracked bark. It was incomparably vigorous and towered into the sky. Ancient vines wound around it like a coiling dragon. There were broken walls and ruins that stretched as far as the eye could see. Across the hazy, dim, and lifeless area, there was a huge, towering monster. It was like a ferocious beast of the universe that was crawling on this vast ancient battlefield, and its aura made one's soul tremble. The people from the devil religion appeared in front of him. They didn't seem to have wasted any time. They rushed forward as soon as they were out of the formation. The light there seemed to be very bright. As the mist drifted, the light was dazzling. However, as the people from the devil religion entered, their figures all disappeared. The demonic chi that swept out was surging from the misty light. It seemed that the people from the devil religion had encountered great trouble, and the experts from the devil religion had taken action. There are still treasures inside. A living being immediately rushed over. All the sacred artifacts and treasures outside had already fallen into the hands of the demon king, Du Xiaofu. They could only look for opportunities inside, afraid that Du Xiaofu would beat them to it. It doesn't seem that simple. The Saint Realm expert from the School of Agriculture spoke. His hair was white, and he was dressed in plain clothes with flowery cloth shoes. The eyes on his old face were as deep as the sea. He was looking forward with a solemn expression. Everyone should have entered the heavenly devil battlefield to find out what's going on. Be careful, the Taoist Saint Realm expert said. He looked to be in his 50s, and his simple Taoist robe was extremely fitting. All the living beings rushed forward and were submerged in the misty light, causing the light to fluctuate. Du Xiaofu had been secretly watching the legalism, dragons, and other saints. He watched as several saints entered and disappeared. Then, the Taoists' School of Agriculture, School of Confucianism, School of Phoenix, School of Yin-Yang, and others all entered. Everyone be careful, Du Xiaofu said to the disciples of the desolate country and the Du family as he followed them in. The aura within the misty light was even more terrifying. As they entered the misty light, the scene before everyone's eyes suddenly changed. The scene inside was vastly different from what they had seen before. This was a battlefield with dusky skies. Eerie white bones were scattered all over the vast land and broken walls. Wherever an inexplicable storm passed, bone fragments and dust would surge like a sandstorm. The scene was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. This space was filled with an aura of death, and no signs of life could be felt. There was only decay and desolation, and the aura of death was everywhere. What is this place? Du Xiaofu subconsciously pinched his palm. This place was too much like an illusion, but his palm hurt. This was real. Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit probed his surroundings. He carefully studied it, but he did not feel that this place was an illusion matrix. This was a normal existence. Is this the battlefield from back then? Jialo Jueyu, Qi Yeshi, Dongli Qingqing, and the others were shocked. Everywhere was filled with white bones and broken walls. There was no sign of life in this ruined land. Was this the ancient battlefield from back then? No, it doesn't seem right, Jialo Batian said. His eyes were filled with doubt, as if he had discovered something. Suddenly, Jialo Batian stomped his foot, and a huge rock flew up from the ground. It then fell to the ground, smashing a hole in the ground and causing the ground to tremble. Jialo Batian's expression changed. He stomped his foot again, and the huge rock flew up as he punched out. Bang! This time, the huge rock exploded in the air, turning into fine powder that sprinkled on the decaying ground. This place is strange. It has suppressed our cultivation. We can only use our physical strength. Jialo Batian's expression was very serious. He had already verified that this strange place suppressed his cultivation, but it had no effect on his physical strength. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Moon Saint and Xian Gu also immediately probed, and they confirmed Jialo Batian's words. Their expressions changed a lot. This strange place suppressed one's cultivation, and they could only use their physical strength. Du Xiaofu was also testing, and his hand seals were condensed. His cultivation was clearly at the peak of the unborn and imperishable realm, and he was not far from the Saint Plane, but he was inexplicably affected by a strange power in this space. He could not use any martial arts or technique. Boom! A huge rock in front of Du Xiaofu was smashed into pieces by a punch. This was the physical strength of the peak of the unborn and imperishable realm. The golden light that burst out was the most direct and tyrannical power. Only the physical strength was not affected. What a strange place! Du Xiaofu was really shocked. This place was so strange and inconceivable. It was clearly not an illusion, but it suppressed one's cultivation. However, it did not have any effect on the physical strength. Du Xiaofu carefully sensed that Xian Qi could flow in his meridians and acupoints, but it was affected, and he could not use any martial arts or technique. He could only use his physical strength. This is not good. How did they all disappear? Suddenly, Zhen Qingchun cried out in surprise. Some of the people who had been in front of them just now had disappeared. They did not know where they went. Devil religion, legalism, dragons, and the famous people have all disappeared. Dongli Qingqing was surprised. The devil religion, legalism, and the famous people who had been in the distance just now had disappeared. There was no trace of them in front of them. Little Xingxing is also gone. Senior Xiangu, where did he go? Feng Han and the others are also gone. Many exclamations came from all around, and everyone's expression changed. Little Xingxing, Xiangu, and many others who had been in the vicinity just now had disappeared. They did not know how they disappeared. This place is too strange. Be careful. Old Granny Jialo Maluo reminded everyone. Hula! A strange gale suddenly formed in front of them and swept towards everyone. It raised a sky full of white bones and dust, like a tsunami rolling up thousands of waves. Everyone, be careful. Stay close to each other. Many experts warned. However, in this place, they could only use their physical strength. It was difficult to protect the disciples around them. They could only let everyone stay close to each other. The gale swept across, covering the sky and the sun. It swept across many areas, blurring everything in front of them. Chi-la-la, this gale was strange and powerful. It blew up many white bones and stones which were like sharp swords. The power of the gale was enough to pierce through space. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu raised his arm and used his physical strength to shatter the nearby stones and white bones into powder. However, many people were swept away by the gale. Some were injured by the white bones and stones. It was difficult for their physical bodies to withstand it. Ordinary domain realm physical bodies can't withstand it. Du Xiaofu frowned and looked solemn. The power of the broken bones and stones swept out by the gale was enough to make ordinary domain realm cultivators unable to withstand it. This place was also a dangerous place. The gale came quickly, but it was immediately dissolved. The howling gale faded away, and the white bones and stones that filled the sky fell to the ground, turning into piles of hills and piling up beside everyone. Du Xiaofu's figure flew to the top of the mountain where the broken bones and rocks were intertwined. Although he had suppressed his cultivation, leaping at a low altitude was not a problem. However, if he wanted to fly, it would be impossible. There were also figures sweeping out and landing on the hills piled with broken bones and stones. However, there were not many of them. Oh no, they're all gone. Xiao Hu spoke as his pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings. There were quite a number of people who had gathered together earlier, but there were only a dozen or so people who had appeared on top of the mountain filled with rocks and broken bones. The others disappeared into the strange storm for no reason at all. It's too strange. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. This place was too strange. Why did everyone disappear for no reason? Chapter 2085. Third Young Master, what do we do now? Little Tiger and the others rushed to Du Xiaofu's side. They didn't know what to do and were all very careful. Du Xiaofu looked around and found that only Little Tiger, Du Hao, Dai Xingyu, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Wu Kei, Qi Zhejun, Feng Han, Tang Miling, Jiangchen, and a few elders and disciples from the school of Yin Yang and Hehuan School were still around. There were only 16 people in total. Originally, there were almost 1,000 people from all the major forces together. It was a huge lineup. Quietly, that strange storm had caused so many people to disappear without a trace. Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Qi Yeshi, Dongli Qingqing, Jialo Batian, and the others had all disappeared. Du Xiaofu was very worried and his heart was heavy. He looked around. Behind him was no different from when he came. There were still white bones everywhere, broken walls, and dilapidated battlefields everywhere. The huge monster in the distance was still towering. It seemed to be emitting an aura that made one's soul tremble. It was like a cosmic beast that was sleeping. Let's go to the front. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. That should be the center. This place was strange, but that should be their final destination. Du Xiaofu guessed that Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and his father should have landed somewhere else in this strange place. They couldn't find him, but as long as they could see the huge monster, they should be heading there. Then, Du Xiaofu led the group forward. Du Xiaofu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He didn't use any celestial qi, but with a little help, he was able to move very far away. His speed wasn't slow. However, Tang Wu, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others obviously couldn't catch up to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu could only slow down and be careful along the way. Whoosh! After a while, a huge hole appeared in the shattered ground in front of them. This huge hole was thousands of feet wide, like an abyss. What was more terrifying was that hot red lava was constantly flowing out. Be careful! Du Xiaofu was in the distance. Just by approaching, he could feel an enormous devouring power and blazing energy spreading towards him. That devouring power seemed to want to devour him. The power was so strong that it was hard for him to resist. The scorching heat could burn everything. Wisps of white smoke appeared in the air. Ordinary bodies would not be able to resist it. Retreat! Du Xiaofu immediately ordered the people behind him to retreat, not wanting to be devoured. Wu Wu, however, as Du Xiaofu and the others immediately retreated, strange noises could be heard coming from the abyss where the lava was overflowing. The sound was ear-piercing and mournful, as if something was roaring and struggling. Awu, the roars of beasts rang out. Terrifying creatures crawled out from the magma overflowing abyss. More and more of them appeared, densely packed. Some of these strange creatures looked like apes, but they weren't apes. Some looked like wolves and some looked like evil spirit. They weren't very big, but their bodies were filled with blazing lava. Those strange and ferocious creatures seemed to have some kind of shackles covered in lava that pierced through their bodies. Wu Wu, the densely packed strange and ferocious creatures that crawled out continuously fell back down. Amidst shrill screams, they seemed to turn into ashes. White smoke filled the air, leaving nothing behind. However, a few of the most powerful creatures broke free of their shackles. Their lava-covered eyes stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the little tiger. Their eyes were filled with merciless killing intent, and they pounced directly at Du Xiaofu and the others. Awo! These ferocious creatures rushed over at an inconceivable speed. Magma dripped from their bodies, capable of burning the earth. Their auras were scorching and terrifying. Everywhere they passed, the earth would crack, and blazing flames would emerge from the ground. Boom! Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen attacked. The ferocious creatures charging over were crushed into lava in the most barbaric manner possible, shattering large swaths of the void. However, even more ferocious creatures crawled out of the abyss. Many fell back down, but there were also powerful creatures that broke free of their shackles and charged at them. Retreat to the left. Go around them, Du Xiaofu shouted. He raised his arms and punched out, blocking their path and shattering the ferocious creatures. Given Du Xiaofu's physical strength, he wasn't in too much danger against these ferocious creatures. However, Du Xiaofu was worried about Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Tang Miling, and the others. These ferocious creatures were very powerful. Ordinary cultivators of the domain would find it very difficult to defend against them. Their blazing auras alone were enough to greatly affect one's nascent soul. Gu Xinyan, Tang Miling, and the others didn't dare to tarry. They all retreated to the left. Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen blocked the ferocious creatures that constantly crawled out of the abyss. They used the strength of their physical bodies to shatter the strange creatures. Even the void was blasted apart, causing large amounts of lava to spill out. Only after Tang Miling, Dai Xingyu, and Gu Xinyan had retreated far away did Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen give each other a meaningful glance. They shattered the nearest ferocious creatures, then retreated. Awo! The creatures roared savagely. Although their eyes were filled with killing intent, their gazes were empty. Seeing Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen hastily retreat, the ferocious creatures gave up after chasing them for tens of thousands of feet. Instead, they began to wander about in confusion, leaving behind lava wherever they went. Whoa! Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, Gu Xinyan, Dai Xingyu, and the others landed on a distant mountain peak. They gazed at the cave in front of them. Flames soared into the sky, and miserable screams rang out continuously. It was a hair-raising sight. What were those things just now? Tang Miling's enchanting face was still shaken. Her red lips were pursed, and her heart was still palpitating. They were probably affected by this place, but there's no way to confirm it. However, we shouldn't stay here for long. We need to take a detour, Du Xiaofu said. It was unlikely that they'd be able to cross the cave. Although taking a detour would take them a bit longer, it would undoubtedly be much safer. Did you discover anything? Du Xiaofu asked Jiangchen. It's very strange. I haven't discovered anything yet. Jiangchen shook his head. His expression was calm as he continued to examine their surroundings. The group continued onward until they arrived at a mountain range. The old bark of the towering trees had cracked open, and thick, ancient vines climbed up the rocks and towering trees. They were as vigorous as horned dragons. The mountain range was very large. Although Du Xiaofu and the others' speed had been affected, they were still quite fast. After traveling for an hour, they still hadn't left the mountain range. Along the way, Du Xiaofu saw quite a few skeletons, as well as the remains of enormous demonic beasts. However, these skeletons were no different from ordinary bones. The bones of the demonic beasts seemed to have been affected by the aura of death. They'd been corroded into ordinary bones and were completely useless. Their figures tapped the ground as they continued onward. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu stopped in his tracks. He tilted his head and looked to the side, his brows arched. "What's wrong?" asked Qi Jejun. "There's someone here," Du Xiaofu said. Although he was suppressed to the point where he could only use the power of his physical body and couldn't use the power of his nascent divinity was still there. However, the power of his essence soul still existed. His instincts were still there. Du Xiaofu sensed the auras of others. "Could it be Junior Sister and the others?" asked Tang Miling. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened and he flew over. Not far away, there were several figures walking cautiously, appearing in Du Xiaofu's line of sight. "There are beasts. I don't recognize them," said Qi Jejun. He didn't recognize those people, but he could sense the aura of beast. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void in front of them changed. A terrifying blade light slashed through the air. Accompanied by the power to shatter the void, it landed directly on one of those people. Swish! Such a saber slash created a huge wave in the void. Space shattered. The figure that was slashed didn't even have time to react before he was slashed into pieces by the saber. As the blade light swept out, a shadow swept out of the void. It was a strange old man. The robe on his body was tattered, loosely covering his somewhat withered body. His whole body seemed to be skin and bones. There was no flesh on his face. It was as if old skin covered his skull. The old man held a treasured blade in his hand that was covered with dazzling runes. The blade seemed to have stars revolving and moonlight permeating the air. The ancient pressure was very terrifying. The old man opened his eyes. His gaze was empty, with a kind of ruthless and murderous intent. When the old man appeared, the faces of Chi Yeshi and the other elders from the Inyang school suddenly changed. They carefully sized him up and looked very serious. Swish! When the old man appeared, he didn't stop at all. The blade light slashed out and another figure was directly killed. Roar! A figure turned into a huge body. A pair of huge eyes shone with a fierce light. It was a huge bird covered in scales. In this strange battlefield, only the physical strength could be used. As a beast, the body was the strongest combat power. The huge bird didn't hesitate to use its body. However, it was useless. The strange old man was extremely ruthless. He waved his hand and a claw stretched out. There was an invisible force gathering, twisting the void. He directly grabbed the huge bird's wings and threw it to the ground. The ground trembled as cracks intertwined and spread out like a spider web. The huge bird wasn't weak. Its aura was very strong, but it was thrown to a pulp by the strange old man. Blood flowed out. It was thrown to death. The last figure was also killed by the strange old man with a lightning-fast slash. Be careful, Du Xiaofu warned everyone. The strange old man was very strong. The treasured blade in his hand was also an extraordinary saint artifact. Its power seemed to be affected by this strange space, but the old man was too strong. He was much stronger than the sinister creature that had crawled out of the magma cave not long ago. After the old man killed the figures, his withered face was filled with ruthless killing intent. He stared at Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others. Kill. The old man's eyes were filled with only killing intent and ruthlessness. His short words were cold and emotionless. He leapt forward, slashing his blade at the group. Chapter 2086. Jiangchen's purple robes fluttered as he pushed off the ground. At the same time, he shot forward. Although his cultivation had been suppressed, he still possessed a fiendish aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed a claw attack that tore through the air, blocking the old man's attack. Bang! 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 The sword light and Jiangchen's claw collided, exploding with a thunderous boom. The surrounding rocks and mountains shook violently, cracking apart. Not too far away, a towering tree exploded. Crackle! Jiangchen was sent flying backward, landing on the ground. He staggered, crushing rocks beneath his feet. Jiangchen's expression was no longer calm. Tiny cracks had appeared on his palms, and strange blood seeped out of them. That was the wound left by the treasured sword, but it quickly healed. The body of a sage. Jiangchen stared at the withered old man in astonishment, his eyes rippling with shock. Although the strange old man had been suppressed and could only use the power of his physical body, his physical strength had reached the level of a sage. It was incomparably powerful. Crackle! The withered old man was sent flying back by Jiangchen. Relying on the treasured sword in his hand, he'd gained a great advantage. His eyes were ruthless and emotionless. Without the slightest hesitation, he steadied himself, then charged forward again like a wild beast. This time, the withered old man struck out with his palm. His physical strength caused the air to tremble and shatter. Rumble! Du Xiaofu punched out with all his strength, colliding with the old man's palm. The air rumbled, and a powerful wind swept out, shattering the ground. Crackle! The withered old man was sent flying, and Jiangchen was injured. Du Xiaofu's punch had contained the full force of his physical body. The strange old man was sent crashing into a pile of rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thump! Thump! Du Xiaofu was also sent flying. He skidded across the ground, causing the ground to crack. The physical strength of a sage is so strong. Du Xiaofu shook his arms, his fists numb. As Jiangchen had verified, the strange, withered old man was definitely a sage. However, this strange withered old man with Saint Realm cultivation was also suppressed in this strange battlefield. He could only use the power of his physical body. But when Feng Han saw this, all he felt was shock for Jiangchen and Du Xiaofu. That strange old man had the strength of a Saint Realm expert. Although he couldn't use his Saint Realm cultivation, his physical body had the physical strength of a Saint Realm expert. However, Jiangchen and Du Xiaofu were able to force their opponents back. Their bodies were terrifyingly powerful, proving that they could contend with Saint. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere and dust filled the air. A strange, withered old man in ragged robes charged out from the rubble, his eyes filled with ruthlessness as he stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen. "Senior, are you a senior of the school of Yinyang?" These words came from the mouths of the elders from the school of Yinyang. Trembling, they rushed to Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen's side. He should be a senior expert of the school of Yinyang who left behind in the heavenly devil battlefield. Qi Jiejun arrived at Du Xiaofu's side, his eyes trembling as he stared at the strange, withered old man. Based on the treasured saber and the signs of it attacking, Qi Jiejun and the elders from the school of Yinyang sensed that this strange old man was most likely a senior of the school of Yinyang who'd left behind in the heavenly devil battlefield. A senior of the school of Yinyang from the primordial era? When he heard this, Du Xiaofu was astonished. Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaoyao, Tang Meiling, Gu Xinyan, and the others were all flabbergasted. "Senior, are you still alive?" The elders from the school of Yinyang were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Swish! However, the old man responded to the excited old men from the Yinyang school by slashing out with his saber. Relying on the power of his physical body, although the saber was suppressed, it still contained the might of the saber itself. When combined together, it was still incredibly powerful. "Careful!" Du Xiaofu, who'd been on high alert this entire time, rushed over. His hand glowed with dazzling violet light as he clenched the heavenly tower of purple gold. Baleful aura and might filled the air, accompanied by the faint roars of dragons and tigers. Wind and thunder resounded in the air as he blocked the saber light with his sword. Whoosh! The saber light and sword light collided, creating a powerful gale that destroyed large swaths of space and mountains. The elders from the school of Yinyang were knocked back. Du Xiaofu had used the heavenly tower of purple gold. He didn't dare be careless. Jiangchen had been at a disadvantage from the start. Even with his powerful physical body, he didn't dare be careless. However, as he summoned the heavenly palace of purple gold, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the heavenly palace of purple gold was being suppressed by a strange invisible energy in this space. The artifact spirit within the heavenly palace of purple gold could not be summoned, but he could use the might of the heavenly palace of purple gold itself. Crack crack! Amidst the surging saber radiance and sword radiance, the saber collided with the purple gold heavenly tower, emitting light like fireworks. The talisman engravings on the sword and saber were shattering, like meteorites colliding. The surrounding void cracks were also spreading. Du Xiaofu was forced back several steps. The bizarre-looking elder was also forced back, clearly in a sorry state. Starlight rippled from the treasured saber, and if one looked closely, they could see a tiny crack in its surface. It was left behind by Du Xiaofu's heavenly tower of purple gold. However, the crack was very shallow and didn't have much of an effect on the treasured saber. "This isn't normal. He's being controlled. It's like he's a puppet." Du Xiaofu frowned, his expression grave. This was most likely an ancient ancestor of the school of Yinyang. He seemed to be under someone's control like a puppet. He didn't recognize them at all. All that was left of him was ruthlessness and killing intent. His nascent divinity and physical body have been corroded. He's lost his will. "Perhaps it has something to do with those demons," said Jiangchen. He'd sensed something, but he couldn't be sure. "This is going to be troublesome." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly, his expression grave. That bizarre-looking elder was most likely an ancient expert of the school of Yinyang. They couldn't just destroy him. Moreover, given the elder's physical strength, if he really wanted to destroy him, even if he and Jiangchen joined forces, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. Du Xiaofu guessed that even if he and Jiangchen went all out and succeeded, they'd have to pay an enormous price. Jiangchen glanced sideways at Du Xiaofu, as if reading Du Xiaofu's thoughts. Actually, his nascent divinity died long ago. He's just being controlled. He's basically dead, said Jiangchen, knowing the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the school of Yinyang. Actually, his nascent divinity died long ago. He's just being controlled. Seniors, what do you think? Du Xiaofu asked the elders from the school of Yinyang. These were most likely seniors from the school of Yinyang, and even if they were real puppets, with the elders from the school of Yinyang here, with his relationship with the school of Yinyang, he needed to ask for their opinion. Our ancestor has already met with calamity. Let the Rock Emperor make the decision, said one of the old men, his eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 2087. This was an ancient ancestor of the school of Yinyang. He died trying to stop the great calamity of heaven and earth. Living a life worse than death, he'd become one of the living dead. Kill! After a brief delay, the strange old man charged at them again, fearless. His eyes were filled with killing intent as his saber slashed through the air. Du Xiaofu brandished his sword. His purple robes billowed and his hair stood on end. The violet-gold heavenly tower met the attack head-on. Du Xiaofu knew that he had no choice but to fight with all his might. There was no way to retreat. Given the strange old man's physical strength, he and Jiangchen could dodge, but the others couldn't. They had no choice but to destroy him. If they joined forces with Jiangchen, they might have a chance, but they'd definitely have to pay a price. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Du Xiaofu and the strange old man clashed multiple times, shaking the air. This was a battle of pure physical strength. This kind of battle was definitely going to be powerful. At their level, just their physical strength alone was already terrifying enough. Jiangchen didn't immediately attack. Instead, he seemed to think of something. He said to Qi Jejun, "Give me a drop of essence blood. Perhaps it'll make the result slightly better." Qi Jejun didn't hesitate. He formed a hand seal, and yin and yang energy surged from his body. Starlight rippled, and he spat out a drop of essence blood. It filled the air with dazzling light and emanated an extraordinary pressure. Bang! Bang! Du Xiaofu and the strange old man clashed again, shattering the space where they collided. Pure physical strength caused such a terrifying commotion. In the distance, Feng Han, Tang Meiling, Chu Kei, and the others trembled with fear. The strange old man's attack was a completely instinctive and subconscious reaction. However, it was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. It was clear that the strange old man had been extremely powerful when he was alive. A battle of physical strength like this was a test of battle experience. In this aspect, Du Xiaofu was definitely not weak. Along the way, he'd constantly faced off against all sorts of opponents, tempering himself repeatedly. Du Xiaofu's combat experience had been honed to an extremely experienced level. Tang Meiling, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, and the others watched the two fighting figures with unbearable shock. It was really hard to imagine that at their level, just their physical bodies actually contained such a terrifying power. Just by raising their hands, they could shatter the void and destroy mountains and rivers. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's physical body was so strong that it was not inferior to the strange old man's physical body. In fact, the purple-gold heavenly fault was even stronger than the treasured saber. However, everyone also understood that the strange old man had the body of a Sage Realm expert. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. It wouldn't be easy to destroy him. At low altitude, the two separated as soon as they made contact. Du Xiaofu's figure retreated a few steps and landed on a towering tree, shattering it into pieces. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly rushed out as the towering tree was shattered. Like a rock flapping its wings, he appeared with a residual shadow. He was as fast as lightning. His sword light pierced through the void. Whoosh! The strange old man's empty and ruthless eyes didn't fluctuate at all. However, he subconsciously tilted his feet. While stabilizing his body, he tilted his body in an arc. He actually avoided Du Xiaofu's sword. Du Xiaofu's sword light swept past the strange old man's tilted shoulder. Waves shattered in the air. However, Du Xiaofu's sword was obviously not a real killing move. The moment the strange old man dodged, a claw mark in his hand fluctuated with golden light. It tore through the void and swept out a pitch-black crack. It was like the sharpest sword. With a supreme overbearing aura, it directly grabbed the strange old man's throat. This move was very tricky and fierce. It was rich in combat skills and experience. Without the tempering of hundreds of battles, it was difficult to have such a clean attack. The claw mark was very fierce. It rapidly enlarged in the strange old man's eyes. However, just as the fierce and overbearing golden claw mark was about to fall on the strange old man's throat, the old man stood with his saber horizontally. He used the saber in his hand as a shield and directly blocked his throat. Caw-caw! The claw mark fell on the saber. The sound of metal clashing resounded. There was an explosion of fire and starlight fluctuations. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye formed a ring and spread out. Chi-la! The old man's eyes were listless. However, a finger mark on his left hand had already condensed. It swept directly toward Du Xiaofu's chest. That's really fast! Du Xiaofu was shocked. This old man was too terrifying. Fortunately, he had been paying attention and did not let his guard down. He was also prepared. As his figure rapidly dodged, he clenched the golden claw mark on the old man's saber tightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and slid it down. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he ruthlessly punched the old man's chest. Bang! The energy in the void made a muffled sound. The fist burst with golden light. The strange old man's body was directly sent flying. Caw-caw sounds came from his chest. It seemed like there was the sound of bones breaking. His body also directly flew backward and crashed into the ground. Many people's expressions changed. The series of dazzling exchanges just now was really too thrilling. There was danger everywhere. However, in the end, the Demon King Du Xiaofu gained the upper hand. He once again sent the strange old man flying. However, Du Xiaofu was not happy at all. Instead, waves surged in his heart. His fist was also a little numb and faintly aching. This strange old man, who was very likely an ancestor of the Yin-Yang school, was now a puppet. He was completely relying on his instincts, and yet he was still so strong. The withered old man's physical body was also very strong. If this old man was at his peak, Du Xiaofu felt that it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage over the old man in terms of physical strength. These ancient experts were too strong. However, Du Xiaofu had overlooked one thing. This old man was an ancient saint. He had the body of a saint. Du Xiaofu had not yet set foot in the saint realm, but his physical body was already strong enough to contend with the old man. In fact, he even had the upper hand. If the old man were still alive, he would definitely be the one to be shocked. Boom! The strange old man, who had fallen to the ground, rushed out again. He seemed to have no consciousness at all. He didn't fear death. He was completely fearless. Hiss! However, even as the strange, withered old man charged forward, Jiangchen appeared. He waved his hand, and a drop of blood shot out like a beam of light. Instantly, starlight rippled out, accompanied by the auras of yin and yang. Suddenly, the withered and strange old man seemed to have sensed something, and his lifeless and empty eyes rippled as his figure froze. The drop of blood drilled into the old man's forehead, then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared. The withered and strange old man's figure stopped in the air. His eyes, which were filled with murderous intent, suddenly shone with starlight. His withered face, which was already quite unpleasant, twisted ferociously. A shrill voice came from his mouth. Whoa! This sound was like the howl of a demon. It was ear-piercing and terrifying. It was as if a demon was roaring and struggling. The starlight in the old man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yin and yang energies surged out from his body. Strange demonic chi began to leak out from his body. It was as if numerous demons and ghosts were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They emanated a cold, baleful aura, and were incomparably malevolent. They screamed endlessly. But in the end, the demonic chi and phantoms were swept away by the starlight and yin and yang energies. It was as if they had been purified. I'm finally free. It's all up to you now. These words came from the strange old man's mouth. The yin and yang energies around him and the starlight in his eyes faded at the same time. His already withered body began to wither even more, but a smile of relief appeared on his wrinkled face. The old man's body fell to the ground. His aura no longer fluctuated. Senior, the yin-yang elders and disciples, as well as the Qi family's Jun, knelt respectfully around the withered corpse, their eyes moist. An old man sobbed, his voice sorrowful. They'd already confirmed that the withered old man was one of the yin-yang elders who'd entered the heavenly devil battlefield. This elder had been tormented by demonic Qi for a long time, and had only just been released. How painful was that? Senior, rest in peace. Du Xiaofu bowed deeply. This yin-yang elder had been so heroic. Since ancient times, he'd entered the heavenly devil battlefield to resist the world's calamity. He'd been affected by demonic Qi and had been living as a zombie until now. How painful was that? Finally, he'd left behind a sentence of relief. Then, Qi family's Jun and the yin-yang elders and disciples put the elder's corpse into their cosmos bags. They wanted to bring it out of the heavenly devil battlefield and return to the yin-yang school. The saber was an ancient sacred artifact. Qi family's Jun also took it. Everyone continued on their journey. After what they'd just experienced, they had to be even more careful. But not long after, Du Xiaofu's group encountered danger again. They encountered a group of white skeletons. These skeletons were filled with demonic Qi. Their hollow eye sockets were filled with demonic Qi. Woo-woo! These white skeletons were filled with pitch-black demonic Qi. From afar, it looked like the sky was filled with black fog. Ghostly wails could be heard. The skeletons seemed to have crawled out of hell. The aura of death was overwhelming, making one's heart palpitate and feel ominous. Tang Meiling, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, and the others felt their hair stand on end. There were too many of these white skeletons. It was terrifying. Woo-woo, the skeletons let out woo-woo sounds. The aura of death filled the air. Killing intent surged in their eye socket. They pounced at the group like an army of skeletons. Every skeleton was very powerful and had a shocking aura. There were even many skeletons with shocking auras. They were terrifyingly powerful. Be careful, Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light burst out from his back. Golden runes swept out as the golden rock wings were activated. The golden rock wings grew from Du Xiaofu's body. It was one with his body and was also Du Xiaofu's original body. In this strange space, it wouldn't be affected too much. Using the golden rock wings, Du Xiaofu was no longer unable to fly. He could flap his wings and soar into the sky. Bang bang, the golden rock wings flapped, shattering a large number of skeletons. The demonic Qi dissipated. Ji! Roar! Feng Han and Du Xiaoyao both reverted to their original forms. There were too many skeletons and they were too terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless. Chapter 2088. A scorching aura erupted, shaking the clouds and soaring into the heavens. 1,000-meter-long, 5-colored phoenix appeared in the air. This was Feng Han's true form. His body burned with 5-colored flames. With a flap of his wings, the entire sky shook, crushing the skeleton army. In this strange space, Feng Han could only use his physical strength. He couldn't even use techniques like the Phoenix's Inferno baptism. Inky black runes swept through the air, and the roar of a tiger shook everyone's heart like thunder. The little tiger's evolved form, the dark celestial tiger, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Black runes soared into the sky, and its roar shook the world. The little tiger flapped its wings, and terrifying waves of energy swept out. Faint golden ripples rose and fell like a tsunami, covering the sky and earth. Raging waves crashed against the shore, shattering large numbers of skeletons. Crack, crack. The tiger waved its claws, and more skeletons were sent flying and crushed. Jiangchen didn't use his golden growler, but he didn't hold back. He slaughtered a path through the skeleton army. Everyone else also attacked with all their might. The great battle shook the mountains, and muffled booms rang out endlessly. The aura of death filled the sky, and everyone trembled in fear. Woo woo! Within the skeleton army, a pure black skeleton with a pair of wings on its back leaped out. Its aura was the most powerful among all the skeletons. The black skeleton fixed its eyes on Du Xiaofu. Its claws tore through the air and extended towards Du Xiaofu. The claw mark left behind a pitch-black fissure, and dark light devoured the void. A saint-level skeleton. Du Xiaofu sucked in a cold breath. This winged skeleton's aura wasn't much weaker than the yin-yang ancestor from before. Du Xiaofu didn't retreat. Tang Meiling, Du Xiaoyao, and Gu Xinyan were all present. If he dodged, they'd be the ones to suffer. He had no choice but to resist. Du Xiaofu summoned the purple-gold heavenly tower and pushed his physical strength to the limit. His sword stirred up wind and thunder, wanting to destroy the pure black skeleton with the wings on its back. The sword light stood on the pure black claw. Although this sword was only Du Xiaofu's pure physical strength and the power of the purple-gold heavenly palace itself, there were probably not many people below the Saint Plane who could withstand it. However, the pure black skeleton was able to resist it with its withered 5 claws. Even if a cultivator of the Saint Realm was not suppressed, they would not dare to take Du Xiaofu's sword head-on. It was enough to shatter a palm. However, this pure black skeleton's 5 claws only left a mark. Its body was sent flying backwards, but then it flapped its wings and charged towards Du Xiaofu again without fear of death. It seemed to be targeting Du Xiaofu alone. I can't crush you. Du Xiaofu couldn't avoid it, and he couldn't delay it either. He let out a deep roar and used all of his strength. Golden light filled his eyes as he slashed out with his sword, shattering the void. Bam! 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 Du Xiaofu's left fist was like a star, constantly bombarding it like meteorite. The pure black skeleton was very strong. It was the strongest existence in this skeleton army. However, this black skeleton encountered Du Xiaofu. Coupled with Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly palace, this skeleton was a dark dead creature after all. It didn't have much intelligence and couldn't withstand Du Xiaofu's violent bombardment. Kacha, cracking noises could be heard from the pure black skeleton's body. Half of its wings were cut off by Du Xiaofu's purple-gold palace. Immediately, the wings wobbled and let out a series of howling noises. Die! Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly palace shone with dazzling violet light. He took advantage of the opportunity to slice the pure black skeleton's neck in half. The black skeleton's head and skeleton fell to the ground, still letting out strange cries. It seemed to want to crawl back to its feet, but then it was trampled by the chaotic skeleton army, drowning it in the sea of skeletons. Charge! Shouted Du Xiaofu. He used all of his strength, forming a triangle with Jiangchen, Feng Han, and the others. They slaughtered a path through the skeleton army and fled with all their might, only daring to stop when they were far away. too terrifying. Some people felt their hair stand on end. The skeleton army seemed to have crawled out of the depths of hell. Fortunately, they hadn't caught up. Some students from the school of Yin Yang and Hahuan school coughed up blood. Their bodies were riddled with injuries, some of them extremely serious. Du Xiaofu's face was pale. Although he'd used his physical strength and hadn't used his profound energy, his body was clearly exhausted and weak. This kind of weakness was even more serious than the exhaustion of his profound energy. This place is too frightening. Tang Meiling gasped for breath. Her chest heaved up and down, adding to her charm and allure. Let's rest for a while, Du Xiaofu said. The skeletons hadn't chased them, so they'd escaped disaster. Everyone needed to rest. He needed to rest as well. Just now, his attack had left Du Xiaofu feeling somewhat weak. In this kind of weakness, precious medicines and medicinal pills were useless. After that, Du Xiaofu found a high elevation to rest on top of a mountain. In this strange place, danger lurked in every direction. Hiding in a secluded area might not be safe. A place with a broad view might actually be safer. Those who needed to rest were resting, and those who needed to treat their injuries were recuperating. Their expressions were all grave. This strange place was too dangerous, and there was killing intent everywhere. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, his expression grave. This place was too strange. First, they disappeared without a trace. Now, they were surrounded by killing intent. Whoosh whoosh. About an hour later, quite a few figures appeared in the sky. They attracted the attention of Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others, who were resting with their eyes closed. The beasts of the beast region. Du Xiaofu opened the corner of his eyes and sensed the aura of the beast race from many of the figures. Judging from their condition, it seemed that they had not encountered the terrifying skeleton army. The beasts of the beast region also sensed Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others. They watched from afar, then left without hesitation. They didn't approach at all. A moment later, more figures appeared nearby. This time, they came from the direction Du Xiaofu and the others had encountered the skeleton army. There were about 20 figures in this group. They looked a bit wretched, and quite a few of them were injured. It's the Demon King Du Xiaofu and the others. There's also Feng Han of the Phoenix clan and Qi Jejun of the Yin Yang school. These people recognized Du Xiaofu and the others from afar. Their gazes flickered, but they didn't dare approach. It's too dangerous here. There's killing intent everywhere, said a middle-aged man. His injuries weren't light. His cultivation was at the domain realm, and his eyes shone with lingering fear. Not long ago, they'd encountered a deadly situation and lost many people. They'd escaped death by the skin of their teeth. The old man in the lead had eyes as deep as the sea. His strength was near the top of the group. He gazed at the towering figure in front of him and said, "This is a very strange place. But I believe that as long as we get close to the center, we'll be fine." Chapter 2089. I'm afraid that we'll die in this strange place before we reach it. Some people were worried. Not long ago, they had over 200 people, but now only 20 or so were left. If not for their good luck, they would not have been able to withstand the danger. Hearing this, many people hung their heads in dejection. Everyone knew that the next time they encountered danger, they would not be as lucky as the previous times if they were not so lucky. That Demon King Du Xiaofu and the others should also be going forward. If we can follow them, we'll be safe, said a fat middle-aged man, his eyes shining as he looked at the mountain in the distance. If they could follow the Demon King Du Xiaofu, they would definitely be safe. Forget it. Why would that Demon King care about us? We don't want to provoke him. Some people shook their heads. They were only a group of people from a small faction and loose cultivators. Their cultivation was far inferior to the Demon King's. In the eyes of the Demon King Du Xiaofu, they were just nameless pawns. Why would the great Rock Emperor, the Demon King Du Xiaofu, protect them for no reason and bring them along to be a burden? Hearing such words, many people were secretly disappointed. Whitebrow Hermit, didn't you always say that you and the demon King Du Xiaofu were brothers? A middle-aged man looked at an old man in the crowd and raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, everyone's gazes fell on the old man. The old man's hair was gray, and even his eyebrows were white. Hearing this, the old man's face twitched. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Back in the divine domain, I did indeed have a brotherly relationship with the Rock Emperor. He even called me elder brother." This white-haired and white-browed old man was Whitebrow Hermit. Back in the divine domain, he had interacted with Du Xiaofu. Whitebrow Hermit had long entered the heavenly fiend battlefield, and his luck had been pretty good. Not long ago, before the eternal tomb opened, Whitebrow Hermit saw Du Xiaofu in the crowd. However, at this time, the demon King Du Xiaofu had already soared into the sky like the sun. His fame shook the world, and he was no longer the immature youth from God's domain. The white-browed hermit wanted to go forward and greet him, but he held back. He knew very well that the difference between him and the youth was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The Grand Rock Emperor, the young clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks, a Nirvana Grandmaster, how could he remember this old fellow? He had probably forgotten about him long ago. Haha, Demon King Du Xiaofu called you elder brother Whitebrow. What a joke. Who do you think you are, Whitebrow? Do you think your Heavens Will sect is one of the 9 great clans? You overestimate yourself. If the Heavens Will sect is nothing, then what are you? The middle-aged man who had just spoken sneered. He looked at Whitebrow Hermit with suspicion and disdain. I'm speaking the truth. Many people who were in the divine domain back then can attest to it. Whitebrow Hermit said firmly. He was not lying. This was the truth. However, at this moment, Whitebrow Hermit's position in this group of people was very low. His words did not carry much weight. A mere Heavens Will sect dares to speak so highly of themselves. The middle-aged man looked at Whitebrow Hermit with disdain and contempt. He sneered and said, "It's easy to prove yourself. The demon King Du Xiaofu is right in front of you. Go and see if he will call you elder brother. I'm afraid he won't even bother with you. Haha." Whitebrow Hermit's face twitched. Although his cultivation was not high, he had lived for so long and had never done anything dishonorable. He was upright and upright. When had he ever been thought of in such an unbearable manner? This was a humiliation to him and to Heavens Will sect. However, Whitebrow Hermit knew that whether it was Heavens Will sect or himself, they were nothing compared to these people. Although the demon King Du Xiaofu was right in front of him, it was as Whitebrow Hermit had said. With the current disparity between them, the demon King Du Xiaofu might have long forgotten about him. Since you look down on us, you can go and seek refuge with others. There's no need for you to stay with us. An old man who stood at the front of the group spoke. He cast an indifferent glance at the white-browed hermit. That's right. Our small temple can't accommodate a great Buddha. Let's go to the big temple. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face said. These people did not think highly of Whitebrow Hermit in the first place. With Whitebrow Hermit's cultivation and strength, he would only be a burden if he stayed with them. Whitebrow Hermit looked at the group of people. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his twitching face. However, there was a hint of helplessness and bitterness in that smile. "Ha! Whitebrow Hermit laughed loudly and said, Whitebrow, know that I'm not strong enough. I won't disturb you guys any longer." Whitebrow Hermit did not force them. These people clearly wanted to chase away some burdens. He did not want to squeeze his way in. It could be considered as him preserving his last bit of dignity and pride. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, there was the sound of air being torn apart in front of them. Many figures flew in a straight line from the top of the mountain. With a few leaps, they landed in front of the group of people. This group of people was mainly composed of young people. Every single one of these young people was divine and extraordinary. They were all invisibly dazzling existences. In the lead was a purple-robed young man. He had a resolute face. His black hair flowed to his shoulders. His eyes were so bright that no one could look straight at him. There were also many women. They were all peerless beauties. They were devastatingly beautiful and could charm all living things. There was no fluctuation of aura from these people. However, the formless aura that permeated the air caused everyone's legs to tremble involuntarily. Their primordial spirits felt like they were about to freeze. Demon King Du Xiaofu. An old man was trembling. His lips were trembling. The Demon King Du Xiaofu and the others had actually arrived in front of them. Whitebrow Hermit's face was blank. He looked at the familiar figure. The aura caused him to tremble. It shocked him even more. At that moment, Whitebrow Hermit was filled with anticipation. After all, the infamous young man who had shocked the world had arrived in front of him. However, at the same time, Whitebrow Hermit told himself deep in his heart that with the young man's current status and identity, there was already a world of difference between them. It was not strange that he had forgotten about him. Brother Whitebrow. When the familiar voice echoed in Whitebrow Hermit's ears, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt as if electricity was surging through his body. The familiar purple-robed young man had called him Brother Whitebrow. Whitebrow Hermit could not help but tremble. For some reason, the white-browed hermit felt like bursting into tears. That ferocious and awe-inspiring youth, who illuminated the world, hadn't forgotten him. He still called him Elder Brother. Big Rock Emperor Whitebrow Hermit's lips trembled. His body trembled, and he looked emotional. Brother Whitebrow, you don't have to be so polite. You're treating me like an outsider. Just call me little brother. Du Xiaofu smiled. He had arrived here the moment he saw Whitebrow Hermit. He had met Whitebrow Hermit in the Divine Dominion. Du Xiaofu could not forget him. You have a lot of enemies. The Heaven Saber sect and the dragons are all terrifying. However, if you meet an enemy now, I, Whitebrow Hermit, will not be careless. Du Xiaofu still remembered those words. He was still moved. All right, Brother Xiaofu, I. Whitebrow Hermit's voice trembled. He gradually regained his senses. He was so emotional that he did not know what to say. Tears welled up in his eyes. This place is very dangerous. Brother Whitebrow, why don't you come with us? We can take care of each other, Du Xiaofu said to Whitebrow Hermit. All right, all right, all right. Whitebrow Hermit said all right 3 times in a row. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. At that moment, he was feeling extremely happy. Then Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, Feng Han and the others left. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at the people around them. Whitebrow Hermit did not look at those people again. He followed behind them. He waved his sleeves, his white hair, and his white eyebrows fluttered. The surroundings were completely silent. The 20 or so people were as silent as cicadas in winter. Under that kind of aura, everything in their bodies froze. They were unable to regain their senses even after a long time. Whitebrow Hermit really does have a close relationship with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. After a long time, someone said this. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had called Whitebrow Hermit brother. How deep was their relationship? Hearing this, the faces of the people who were most hostile towards Whitebrow Hermit twitched violently. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. So you're saying that you haven't encountered the skeleton army? Du Xiaofu asked Whitebrow Hermit. From Whitebrowed Hermit, Du Xiaofu learned that Whitebrowed Hermit and company had encountered many dangers along the way, but they had not encountered the terrifying skeleton army. Du Xiaofu had clearly seen Whitebrow Hermit's group come from the direction they had encountered the skeleton army. No, Whitebrow Hermit shook his head. Seeing Whitebrow Hermit shake his head, Feng Han pondered for a moment and said, It seems that not only will people quietly separate, but the dangers inside will also change at any time. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at the towering colossus before him. He said to everyone, Be careful. Continue forward. At least we're getting closer and closer to that place. Everyone continued forward, heading towards their destination. There's something strange up ahead. Just as everyone was about to leave the valley, Feng Han sighed and looked ahead. He seemed to have discovered something. Hearing Feng Han's words, Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others stopped in their tracks. However, the place ahead was very calm. There was nothing strange about it. It's just up ahead, Feng Han continued, his gaze fixed ahead. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. In this strange place, his mind was useless and his pulse spirit couldn't be used. He hadn't discovered anything, but he believed in Feng Han. Everyone, be careful. Du Xiaofu indicated that those who weren't strong enough shouldn't follow too closely in case something unexpected happened. I'll go take a look. As soon as Feng Han said this, he leapt off the ground. Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and the others glanced at each other and followed. Chapter 2090. After standing up a few times, they arrived at a wide, flat area near the exit of the mountain range. Jiangchen seemed to sense something. He came to a stop, his gaze fixed in front of him. Du Xiaofu stopped as well. His intuition told him that something was off. This strange place, which had been in a state of complete decay and desolation, had suddenly vanished. Something's off. Du Xiaofu was surprised. His eyebrows arched, and a look of vigilance appeared on his face. In a place like this, where danger lurked on every side, if one wasn't careful, one would most likely suffer a calamity. Feng Han stopped not too far away. This was the exit of the mountain range. It was completely flat and barren. There was nothing strange about it. Looking ahead, Feng Han's eyes rippled. He slowly stepped forward. We have to be careful, Du Xiaofu said. This place seemed ordinary, but it definitely wasn't simple. He didn't know what Feng Han had sensed, but he had to be careful. Feng Han looked back and nodded at Du Xiaofu. How could Feng Han not know that danger lurked on every side? But at this moment that feeling was too strong for him. It was like something was calling out to him, resonating with him. He sensed that there was definitely something up ahead, something that had something to do with him. Whoosh! Feng Han took a deep breath, then took a dozen steps forward. He looked ahead, as if pondering something. Then he waved his hand and stretched it forward. As Feng Han stretched out his hand, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. A resplendent, five-colored light suddenly appeared, instantly enveloping the flat area in front of him. Boom! The five-colored light was filled with flames and dazzling talisman inscriptions. An extremely terrifying sovereign beast aura spread out, soaring into the sky. The Phoenix Clan. Du Xiaofu was astonished. He sensed the aura of a sovereign beast from the Phoenix Clan. No wonder Feng Han was the first to discover this place. It had something to do with the Phoenix Clan. Whoosh whoosh. Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen landed beside Feng Han. What's going on? This is the Nirvana life and death boundary. It was set up by the experts of our clan when they encountered a strong enemy and knew that they were powerless. Once the Nirvana life and death boundary is set up, it will seal the enemy in the void, making it difficult for outsiders to intervene. Feng Han looked at the Nirvana life and death boundary in front of him. His eyes rippled, revealing a faint sadness. He said, "Once the Nirvana life and death boundary is unable to obliterate the enemy, we can only perish together." A five-colored flame surfaced on Feng Han's palm. It gently landed on the five-colored light as he said, "This Nirvana life and death world can only be reopened by members of my tribe. If an outsider tries to forcefully open it, it will be completely destroyed." Walala, as soon as Feng Han spoke, the five-colored light covering the valley began to ripple violently. In the end, the five-colored flames transformed into snowflakes and disappeared before Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen's eyes. When the five-colored light disappeared, the vast valley in front of them suddenly distorted. The valley disappeared, and a huge mountain appeared in its place. At this moment, the three of them were standing at the top of the mountain, which seemed to reach into the clouds. In front of them was a colossal creature that was hundreds of meters tall. It was covered in 5-colored feathers and seemed to be in a deep sleep. A faintly discernible pressure emanated from its enormous body, causing Du Xiaofu's spirit to fluctuate. The true body of the Saint Stage Phoenix. Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and their mouths agape. To think that there was such a huge expert of the Phoenix clan in this place. Greetings, ancestor. When the colossal body of the Phoenix appeared, Feng Han's body trembled. He respectfully knelt on one knee, 5-colored light surging in his eyes, indescribably sorrowful. Suddenly, as if it had heard Feng Han's shout, the eyes of the Phoenix's body that was in a deep slumber trembled slightly before it slowly opened its eyes. The feathers on its body glowed, and 5-colored flames filled the air. Its wings spread out, spanning more than 1,000 meters. Boom! The air trembled. The colossal phoenix flapped its wings and took up residence on the mountain peak. Walala, 5-colored flames covered the sky and filled the air. An ancient and desolate aura surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. A terrifying pressure spread throughout this ancient world. The colossal phoenix's body soared into the sky. Its enormous eyes seemed to contain 2 seas of fire, bottomless and boundless. So powerful! Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen were both shocked. The ancient pressure was so strong that it froze the space around them. When they looked into the eyes of the phoenix, their primordial spirits and celestial qi felt like they were about to be incinerated. At the same time, a terrifying cry rang out. Pitch-black demonic qi filled the phoenix's eyes. Black fog rose from its dazzling, 5-colored body, gradually covering it in a layer of pitch-black color. It's a demon! Du Xiaofu's expression changed. Instantly, his expression turned grave and he became vigilant. You can't destroy me at all. Kiki, submit. Why struggle so bitterly? The sinister voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Demonic qi permeated the air, suppressing the blazing aura of the 5-colored flames. The air was cold and gloomy. When Du Xiaofu heard this voice, his soul trembled violently. In the distance, the little tiger, Gu Xinyan, and the others raised their heads and gazed at the towering mountain peak in front of them. The terrifying phoenix flapped its wings, and demonic qi filled the air. Their hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Puny demon, what right do you have? At the same time, the faint cry of a phoenix resounded in the sky. Coo! The cry of the phoenix was faint at first, but it gradually grew louder. Then, an ancient and mysterious rune suddenly gushed out from the huge body of the phoenix wrapped in demon qi. As the 5-colored flame became even brighter, it also became more violent. Flames poured down from the void like a 5-colored rain of fire. Boom! In that instant, an enormous, ancient, scorching pressure silently filled the air from the phoenix's body, which seemed to blot out the sun. When they sensed the power of the scorching pressure, Du Xiaofu and Jiangchen looked at each other. Their expressions changed, and they both retreated. Senior! Only Feng Han knelt on the ground. He raised his head, grief surging from his eyes. The corners of his eyes were moist, and his voice was mournful. It was heart-wrenching. To be able to see a descendant of my clan and have a successor, I am overjoyed. I leave this world in your hands. An ancient voice rang out from the enormous phoenix's body. The 5-colored flames on its body burned hotter and hotter, incinerating large swaths of the void. Pitch-black cracks in space began to appear. Chapter 2091. The dense demonic aura sent chills down one's spine. Even if you die, you will be reborn. The ancient voice rang out. Blazing 5-colored flames soared into the sky. No matter how much the demonic aura struggled, it was unable to break free. When the 5-colored flames engulfed the demonic aura, it let out miserable shrieks and the cries of ghosts and gods before turning into smoke. Woo! The cries of ghosts and gods seemed to come from the depths of hell. The overwhelming demonic aura dissipated under the 5-colored flames. The huge phoenix's body was also burning. It was a type of physical combustion that could be seen with the naked eye. When its body turned into firewood, the flames soared into the sky. Resplendent talisman runes filled the sky, dyeing the sky with 5-colored divine light and burning the entire sky. Ancestor. Feng Han knelt on the ground, his eyes trembling in grief. Du Xiaofu bowed, his eyes filled with reverence. The ancestor of the phoenix race had sacrificed himself to perish together with the evil demon. Finally, the billowing demonic aura dissipated. The cries of ghosts and gods no longer appeared. The last bone of the huge phoenix body had turned into ashes. The towering 5-colored flames were like the most resplendent fireworks. But now it had come to an end. Accompanied by a sorrowful war song, it caused one's heart to be unable to calm down for a long time. It will be difficult for anyone in the outside world to become a saint. It will be hard to escape this calamity. The ancient voice reverberated. A streak of 5-colored light shot into Feng Han's forehead like lightning. The descendants of my race will do their best to stop this calamity. When the ancient voice disappeared, the last streak of 5-colored flames in the sky disappeared. Everything dimmed down, leaving behind a withered world. It was as though countless volcanoes had erupted. Du Xiaofu looked at Feng Han with his eyes tightly shut. The last streak of 5-colored light should have been left behind by the ancestor of the phoenix race. It was a kind of opportunity. After a moment, Feng Han opened his eyes. They were flickering with light. "Are you all right?" Du Xiaofu asked Feng Han. "I'm fine. The ancestor of my race left behind a final strand of sacred will. He told me some things, but he didn't leave behind much." Feng Han shook his head and said to Du Xiaofu. "Sacred will." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. The 36 feathers of the rock had been left behind by a predecessor of the golden-winged giant rock. There were 72 feathers in total. It was said that if one gathered all 72 feathers of the rock, they might be able to obtain a wisp of divine will that could help them enter the saint plane. Up ahead is the eternal tomb. There are countless unforeseen events within. The great calamity of the world will begin from there. Feng Han pointed to the distance ahead, at the gigantic object that stood tall in this ancient world. Only, that place was hazy, surrounded by mist. Even though it was becoming clearer and clearer, it still couldn't be seen clearly. From the looks of it, many mysteries can be solved there. Du Xiaofu pondered. From the space of the divine domain to the heavenly devil battlefield, it seemed that many mysteries would be solved in the tomb of eternity. After a while, the group continued forward. "Those people have been following us," said the little tiger. Behind them, there were people following them from afar, but they didn't dare to get close. It was the group of people who had been with the white-browed hermit not long ago. Even though their primordial spirits were suppressed here, their words all fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu ignored the group and continued forward. The gigantic object that stood tall in front of them seemed to be getting closer and closer. However, they didn't know when it had started. Everywhere it passed, there were many skeletons on the ground, leaving behind many traces of a great battle. Deep pits, broken peaks, and mottled ruins were filled with an ancient aura. There were bloodstains that had been left from ancient times until now. They were still very bright and emitted brilliant light. "This is the blood of a Saint Plane expert," said Feng Han. He inspected a place. There were a few drops of blood that had been left behind by a Saint Plane expert. They were filled with light, but they had lost some kind of energy. Even though they were brilliant, they were already worthless. "This is a battlefield. There was a great battle," said Qi Jejun. There were more and more white bones below. He had obtained a cosmos sac, and the space was becoming more and more oppressive. There were all kinds of huge skeletons in the distance. Without flesh and blood, the eerie white bones gave off a chill that made one's heart palpitate. Senior Du, Senior Gu. In the distance, the students of Tianwu Academy were shouting loudly, as though they had made a huge discovery. Du Xiaofu, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, and the others immediately rushed over. An ancient, mottled wall was stained with fresh blood. There was a corpse sitting cross-legged there. It hadn't turned into a skeleton yet, but its entire body was withered. Its hair and face were covered in dust, and there was a broken axe beside it. It didn't emit any light, resembling an ordinary metal. However, there were many bloodstains on it. On the shoulder of this skeleton, there was a faint light flickering on the dust-covered, ragged robe that was half covered by the dry hair and half covered by it. Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Wu Kei, and a few other students of Tianwu Academy had a faint glow emanating from their shoulders, fluctuating with mysterious runes. That was the emblem of Tianwu Academy. Every single student of Tianwu Academy had one, and it would activate after dripping a drop of blood on it. It was the symbol of Tianwu Academy, and it could be used for one's entire life. As long as one was within a certain distance, they would be able to sense one another. Du Xiaofu had one as well. Wu Kei squatted down and respectfully peeled off the hair covering the shoulder of the corpse. A layer of dust stirred up, and the emblem flickered, emanating mysterious runes. Tianwu Academy's emblem. When the emblem appeared, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. It was the emblem of Tianwu Academy. A glow flickered in Du Xiaofu's palm. This was another emblem, Du Xiaofu's personal emblem. It was the symbol of Tianwu Academy, and Du Xiaofu had always kept it by his side. To Du Xiaofu, Tianwu Academy was his second home. The image of Vice School head Zhuge was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. It's an ancestor of our Tianwu Academy. When the emblem appeared on the shoulder of the corpse, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Wu Kei, and the others bowed solemnly with reverence. Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised. Gu Xinyan and the others had already said that an ancestor of Tianwu Academy had appeared in the heavenly devil battlefield. The corpse before him was indeed an ancestor of Tianwu Academy, and the emblem on his shoulder couldn't be wrong. It was activated by dripping a drop of blood on it, and it could be used for one's entire life. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was astonished. Tianwu Academy had indeed existed since ancient times, and just like what Qi Yeshi had said, it had a great history. Walala, all of a sudden, the surroundings trembled violently, and the ground trembled, producing a bizarre sound. Whoa! In that instant, a bone-chilling shriek resounded. "Be careful!" Du Xiaofu bellowed as he scanned his surroundings. Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, and Wu Kei immediately went on their guard. Chapter 2092. Woo woo! A shrill cry reverberated in the void, resounding throughout the void. The void was twisting, and sometimes it was collapsing. The river of stars was flowing. This ancient world seemed to have come alive. It was no longer a scene of desolation. There were buildings, palaces, rivers, and mountains. There were spiritual birds and auspicious beasts. It was a scene of peace. In an instant, demonic energy covered the sky like clouds. Clusters of demonic energy seeped into the void and covered the light. It was as if night had arrived. Woo-woo! Evil spirits and demonic beasts appeared. The smell was pungent and unpleasant. Wherever they passed, cities were reduced to ashes, and the mountains and rivers of one country after another collapsed, turning into rubble. Broken walls and ruined buildings. Rivers of blood flowed everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Some creatures turned into evil spirits and demonic beasts and continued to destroy the next city. Mournful cries reverberated. The old, weak women and children were sobbing. Wherever the evil spirits passed, the blood turned black. Corpses piled up. Not a single creature was left, including the young and old. It was incomparably miserable. This scene seemed to be happening right before their eyes. Du Xiaofu, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, Qi Jejun, and Feng Han felt as if they were experiencing it themselves. "It's too miserable." Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others lamented. Countless people died miserably. Not even the elderly and children were spared. This was destruction. Rivers were turned into rivers of blood. Mountains were dyed in blood. How miserable was this! Demonic shadows appeared and devoured the creatures of an entire city. Mountains and rivers were torn apart, and cities collapsed. Billions of creatures were turned into a bloody mist. Mournful cries reverberated through the world and shook the 9 heavens. It was too miserable. This was the destruction of everything. Mournful cries reverberated through the world. The souls of the living were unwilling to accept this. Some souls howled and did not dissipate. Wherever the evil spirits passed, the world turned into purgatory. These bastards! Let's go all out! The white-browed hermit shouted. His eyes were scarlet red. His aura surged as he charged at the evil spirits in front of him. However, that was only an illusion. A real illusion, but it was not completely an illusion. The evil spirits merely glared at the white-browed hermit and made him vomit blood. Be careful, this is an illusion. Don't act rashly. Du Xiaofu shouted. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of war drums resounded like heavenly drums and heavy hammers. In the distance, there were countless figures flying through the air. There were battleships sailing through, and there were living beings setting off to battle. As those figures approached the warship, many of them had flashing badges on their shoulders. On the huge warship, there were also badges emitting resplendent light. They are the ancestors of our Tianwu Academy. Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, and the others exclaimed in shock. The massive warship and silhouette were from Tianwu Academy. Kill! Kill these demon bastards! Someone riding a powerful demonic beast shouted loudly. Light overflowed into the sky, and killing intent filled the air. Energy surged, and battle intent overflowed into the sky as they charged into the evil spirit army. Kill! The warships shone one after another, releasing resplendent and dazzling energy that could bombard the demonic fiend beasts. Kill! On the warships and demonic beasts, many figures slaughtered their way out. Crazy winds howled, heaven and earth collapsed, shaking the mountains and rivers, making the world tremble. Pung, pung, pung. Evil spirits and demonic beasts were collapsing, but the ancestors of Tianwu Academy were falling as well. Some of them crumbled, turning into a bloody mist. The warships crumbled into pieces. Kill! Fight these demon bastards to the death! An expert detonated himself along with the evil spirit. With his life as the price, he composed a sorrowful war song. Such a scene was happening right before their eyes. It was hard to tell whether it was reality or an illusion. Du Xiaofu, Jiangchen, and Feng Han clenched their fists tightly as they watched on. The eyes of Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, and the others were already wet. Qi La demonic beasts pierced through the void, and the warships were torn apart. Many figures were shattered from the impact. Demonic aura surged, tearing the firmament apart. It emitted a terrifying shockwave, and the stench of blood filled the air. Kill these demon bastards! An old man roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged fearlessly at the evil spirits. However, there were too many evil spirits, and they were too powerful. These evil spirits engulfed and devoured countless living beings. Wherever they passed, life was extinguished. Blood dyed the path, and it was a tragic scene. Wails filled the place, and corpses were strewn everywhere. The old, weak, women, and children were also killed. Such a scene seemed like an illusion, but it made the eyes of Du Xiaofu, Feng Han, Qi Jejun, and the others turn red. Pung, 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 the battle was intense. Raging flames surged, and runes soared into the sky, shocking everyone. Lowly creatures, you won't be able to stop me. The demonic voice reverberated, and it was very cold. It didn't put living beings in its eyes, and it was filled with disdain. Qi La demonic claws tore through the void, and the demonic aura was as black as ink, killing many old people. This was too terrifying. Such demonic aura was difficult to deal with. It could shatter the universe, tear everything apart, and destroy the sun. No living being could withstand it, and it made people despair. Countless living beings were being destroyed. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and corpses were strewn everywhere. The world turned dark, and it made people shudder. Wherever the evil spirits passed, flesh and cities were destroyed, and it turned into a purgatory on earth. Wails of agony filled the world, and the living beings were plunged into misery. It was a tragic sight. Du Xiaofu knew that it was an illusion, but as if he was in the same situation, he clenched his fists tightly. Walala, the distorted space in the surroundings crumbled, and the terrifying illusion gradually dissipated. Wu, however, the surroundings were still dark, and the demonic aura covered the sky. Those are the ancestors of our Tianwu Academy. They are all dead. Tang Wu said with a trembling voice. Is that real or an illusion? Wu Kei's eyes were moist. Countless living beings were plunged into misery, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Countless experts of Tianwu Academy were killed, and corpses were strewn all over the place. If this was real, how tragic would it be? Suddenly, the eerie white bones on the ground began to wriggle. Tainted by demonic aura, they gathered together, as though they were coming to life. Whoa! The cries of ghosts and gods resounded in the air, causing one's soul to tremble. The ground cracked and demonic aura surged out. The ground cracked and the mountains split apart. Amidst the overflowing demonic aura, countless white skeletons that were tainted by demonic aura crawled out, emitting a terrifying glow. Not long after, as far as everyone's eyes could see, these strange and terrifying white skeletons were already densely packed together, seemingly endless. The white skeletons let out weird cries, and their killing intent soared into the sky. Pung! Tang Wu struck one of the white skeletons, but he didn't manage to shatter it. He only sent it flying. Following which, the broken white skeletons gathered together once again, letting out weird cries. This isn't an illusion, it's real. Tang Wu exclaimed. Be careful. Du Xiaofu waved his purple sleeves, and his face turned grim. He didn't expect such a sudden change. Ah! Miserable cries rang out. In the distance, the group of people who were with the white-browed hermit were torn apart by the white skeletons, and their blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 2093. This time, their luck did not allow them to escape. They were trapped. Help! Demon King, Du Xiaofu, help! White-brow hermit, help! Seeing that we are on the same journey, please save me. Ah, the screams were ear-piercing. These people did not have much strength to resist. Du Xiaofu did not interfere. His expression was calm, and he did not even look at them. There was no reason for him to save this group of people. Du Xiaofu was not a good person. Moreover, they were in big trouble now. White-brow hermit looked at these people from afar. There was not much emotion in his eyes. These white skeletons were getting closer. There were even many huge beast bones. They were hundreds of feet long and emitted a terrifying light. Demonic chi filled the sky. Their auras were very powerful. Not good, we are surrounded, Qi Jejun said. He looked at the dense and strange white skeletons. With everyone being suppressed, there was no way for them to escape. Moreover, from the auras of these strange white skeletons, they were definitely very powerful. Let's fight and open a path. Feng Han's eyes were burning with passion. Open a path, Qi Jejun said in a low voice. His eyes were shining with starlight. The group also cleared a path for the army of skeletons that they had encountered not long ago. Woo! A white skeleton rushed over quickly. Demonic chi lingered around it. Its withered hand bones were curved like sharp steel blades and came at Du Xiaofu. Bang! Du Xiaofu punched out. Golden light rippled and shattered the white skeleton from its sharp hand bones to its entire body, turning it into dust. These white skeletons are very powerful. This place is too strange. Du Xiaofu frowned. These white skeletons were even stronger than the army of skeletons not long ago. There were many times more of them. Many of them had powerful auras. He was not afraid, but there were others around. If the demon heart does not die, then die. Such a voice rang out. It was not loud and sounded like a middle-aged man at most. Woo woo! Hearing such a voice, those white skeletons that were rushing over suddenly stopped for some reason. Their cries and howls became even more ear-piercing, and their continuous roars became even more terrifying. This sudden change alarmed Du Xiaofu. He immediately turned his gaze in the direction of the voice. Behind them, the withered corpse of the Tianwu Academy ancestor had started glowing, following which, caw-caw sounds could be heard from the bones in his body. The withered corpse seemed to have come to life and started moving. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, the shriveled corpse picked up the half-axe and stood up. A dazzling light flashed in the originally dry and empty eye sockets in the cheekbones. Kill. The withered skeleton was holding half of an axe. In an instant, it was as if it was injected with vitality. Its entire body glowed, and a vigorous aura surged. Suddenly, it slashed towards the dense number of axes in front of it. This was a corpse. It had clearly been dead for many years, and there was no sign of life in its body. However, at this moment the axe unleashed the most terrifying power. It sliced through the void and shattered the earth. An enormous ravine extended into the distance. Pring pring pung, the earth cracked and the mountains trembled. Rocks flew everywhere, and the white skeletons on both sides were crushed into dust. How powerful! Jiangchen, Feng Han, and the others were shocked. It was just a corpse, but it actually possessed such terrifying strength. Du Xiaofu was even more shocked. That was just a corpse, not to mention the fact that this space suppressed all other powers. In other words, only the power of the corpse itself could be used to lift it up, yet it was already so terrifying. If it was still alive, how strong would its body be? Kill. The corpse bellowed, and killing intent filled the air. The half of the axe in its hand slashed out continuously, shattering the surrounding white skeletons and breaking apart the demonic aura. Woo woo! The densely packed white skeletons began to go berserk as they pounced towards the skeletons. Some of the white skeletons even collided with the skeletons, causing a crisp sound to ring out. However, in the end, the white skeletons were smashed into pieces. The demonic qi continued to permeate the skeletons, attempting to drill into the skeletons of the Tianwu Academy students. After struggling for so many years, do you still have the strength to struggle? Amidst the densely packed white skeletons, demonic aura surged as the white skeletons gathered together. Eventually, they formed a gigantic skeleton that was over 100 zhang tall. Its skull was made up of numerous white skeletons, and 2 balls of black flames danced in its eye socket. The aura it exuded was terrifying. Woo woo! As the gigantic white skeletons gathered together, the densely packed white skeletons roared and pounced towards the Tianwu Academy elder's body. If you don't die, I won't die either. Kill. The corpse's voice reverberated in the air as the half of the axe in its hand slashed in all directions, shattering a large number of white skeletons. However, there were simply too many white skeletons, and it was impossible to kill them all. The white skeletons that weren't reduced to dust gathered together under the influence of the demonic aura and continued to attack. For some reason, all of the white skeletons were fixated on the withered corpse, ignoring Du Xiaofu and the others. Du Xiaofu had been waiting in front of him all this while, and he was deep in thought. What's going on? Tang Wu, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Qi Jejun, and the others were perplexed. The white skeletons that had gathered together in the demonic aura seemed to have come back to life all of a sudden and started a huge battle. This was too intentional. This is the battlefield from back then. An ancient elder of Tianwu Academy persevered until the very end. He has been fending off the evil spirits from the ancient times until now. Du Xiaofu suddenly said such words, and the aura he exuded abruptly turned sharp. From the previous illusion, this was the battlefield where the elders of Tianwu Academy fended off the evil spirits and demonic beasts. The white skeletons here were all left behind by the living beings from back then. The heavenly devil battlefield was sealed, and this place was isolated from the outside world. However, there was an expert who persevered until the very end, fending off the evil spirits. Since the ancient times until now, he had persisted. Even though he had died and his vitality had faded away, he still left behind a trace of his will, blocking this place and preventing the evil spirits from passing through. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tightly, and golden light surged out from his eyes. It was these evil spirits and demonic beasts that had swept through that era, plunging countless lives into misery and suffering. Corpses littered the land, and millions of lives were plundered. Not even the old, the weak, the women, and the children were spared. Then what should we do? Tang Wu asked after hearing Du Xiaofu's words. This is an elder of our Tianwu Academy. Help him kill these bizarre demonic beasts. Wu Kei spoke, and killing intent surged on her alluring face. Kill! Du Xiaofu pounced forward, and with a tap of his feet, he punched out with his arm. Golden light rippled on his fist, but that wasn't mystic qi. It was impossible to use mystic qi in this place. The golden light was a manifestation of the strength of his physical body. The surging tyrannical strength directly shattered the void.